Hey.
Damn it. Not again. No. The lights.
Hey.
All good.
Easy. Take it easy.
Who are you?
Name's Mackenzie. I'm the one who saved you from the bear.
Kill it?
I don't think so. But I hit it. Maybe scared it away.
Not the way you shoot.
Glad your memory's coming back.
Shit. He got me good this time.
This time?
Me and the old bear go back a ways. There's unfinished business between us.
I bandaged you up, but you're in bad shape. Is there anywhere to get medical help?
What? You mean like a hospital? Out here? Nothing like that.
I see you have a radio. Can we call for help?
No. Radio's been dead for the past few days. I can't raise any of the usual channels. I'm not sure why.
Well, you'll need some stronger meds to avoid infection. And for the pain.
You some kind of doctor?
No. But I've been around doctors enough to know you'll be in trouble soon. Unless you get some better help than I can give you.
Yeah. Right. Well... closest help is probably in Milton. Back the way you came.
There's nobody left to help you there. The town's pretty much deserted. There was a fire and...
Damn. The next town's days away. I'm wrecked. But if you leave now, you might be able to...
You won't last days like this. Must be another way.
There's someone who might help. But we can only reach them by radio.
So, we're back to where we started. There's got to be somewhere nearby that might have medical supplies, or another radio we can use.
You might find some comms gear, or parts, in the old Carter Dam. It's probably ancient stuff, though. That place has been abandoned for years. We used to have a first aid room. Might still be some old meds there, too. Something strong enough to maybe numb this pain.
Hang in there. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Wait. Wait. The old bear. He's still out there. He'll be wanting to finish the job.
Okay.
Here. Take my rifle. You won't kill him, but you might scare him off again.
Right.
Watch out. The dam. Unstable.
Wait, what? What do you mean unstable? Damn it. He's passed out.
Alright, and we're off in episode 2. Question is, do I keep my gear? The answer is absolutely yes. Okay, very good. It's funny because I'm carrying some medicine, but I couldn't possibly give him my antiseptic, antibiotics, painkillers, or a stim. Or can I? No, game wants me to enter the mill. Dam, rather. Righto. Gives us a full refresh on our stats, which is very welcome. He's got one of those infinite stoves, lucky bugger. And this is one of the best places to hold out in survivor mode. The area here is very forgiving, and although this place is kind of small, it's very well positioned and has almost everything you need. And it's got a workbench, so you can make tools and repair tools and whatnot, nice and easy. And it usually, well maybe not usually, but it often has a magnifying lens here.
Hope I can still eat this.
Oh, I'll be eating this. Alright, take one rifle. I'm very unaccustomed to using this. It's got 2 rounds in it. Surely we've got more hanging around. I lost my well-fed bonus. That's not very welcome, and I am pretty laden.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Yeah, I know, Shepard, and I do agree. I think some fir firewood and maybe the vast quantity of sticks I have are a little unwelcome. You wouldn't happen to have more bullets, would you, Chief? 2 is not amazing. There we go. Pretty swell loading animation.
What have we here?
And a quick comparison tells me that... there's more fuel in your one than mine. So we'll do a little trade. He'll never know.
That trapper's my key to getting out of here. He'd better not die on me.
Wait, in what way is he our key to get out of here? We somehow already have a map of the area. Anyway, it's Mystery Lake. If there's one area I know how to navigate, even in a blizzard apparently, it's Mystery Lake. Guns in the long dark. How do we kill bears previously? Bears will die to being shot with arrows. And you can get really good, land a headshot and kill them in one. In many ways, bears are easier to deal with than wolves. They're bigger, less agile targets. They're easier to evade. And they have a lot, and I mean a lot more meat on them. Not only that, their hides are more useful. I think they added more ways to use wolf hide in the game. You know, since I was playing it. But I haven't really explored the Long Dark much for a couple of years. The last innovation that I was embracing was the frontier cooking. I'm incredibly laden, but I'm still grabbing birch bark. Birch bark is so good. Frankly, it's overpowered. I would know all about it because one time I had to do the birch bark challenge where you're not allowed to eat anything. Your only sustenance comes from birch bark tea. It's just that powerful. It can remove your need for food.
This stuff will come in handy.
Still carrying this rifle with our bare hands for some reason, despite wearing gloves. Hatchet, already got. Nothing to worry about. Really horrifying wind, though. It actually slows you down to walk into wind. I certainly wouldn't mind trying some birch bark tea in real life, but I certainly have not. Is that stuff even reasonably water-soluble? I feel like you're asking for internal splinters with that. Splinters I do not like. I got one under my eyelid when I was a kid. And I've had a lot of physical pain over the years, and that one's still pretty high up there. Jake's P.O. box. I wouldn't know how to set up a P.O. box in Hungary. But I tend not to accept anything from outside the EU, since Hungary is very painful and litigious for things from outside the EU. How the hell would that even happen? Did you try and kiss a tree? Well, in the playground in our school, there was, frankly, mostly concrete, but some part of it, for flooring, they used wood chips. And I was sliding down the slide, landed in the wood chips, and one of the bits must have just got wheeked up when I landed in it, because it went right under my eyelid. And I couldn't get it out, and every time I blinked, it scratched my eye, and even if I kept my eyes closed, your eye still makes movements, and every time it was just tearing into my eye. Oh, the pain. But we went to the clinic and got it out. And that was even more painful. Very simple procedure. Doctor just took a little cotton swab on a stick, doused it in disinfectant, and I think you can imagine the rest. Real toe-curling stuff, that. But that's okay. Extreme amounts of pain in your life help drive character. So that when bad things happen to you, you go, well, whew, at least it's not as bad as that time where da-da-da-da-da. Explanation for Jake's blindness. Oh, that was in my right eye. Ah, wolves. Yeah, we never normally get to use the rifle. Why don't we try it out? I'm gonna whiff this shot, almost certainly. Oh, well, fancy that. Should we have some wolf dinner? No, of course it's gonna have parasites in it, isn't it? Never mind then. That shot was so loud it even scared the wind off. Now, I'm not going to be going around and grabbing every bit of rifle cartridges and whatnot that fling off. Not worried about that. Parasites build character. I think only once have I had parasites on stream in this game. And that was when I was fumbling in the dark for some meat. But I accidentally grabbed some rancid bear meat, wolfed it down because the game does not give you any "this is dangerous to eat" prompt. Or at least it didn't from whatever menu I was eating it from. And then promptly got the 75% proc for rancid meat parasites. And it's a debilitating thing to have. Your maximum hit points drop like a rock. You had the chatters over at PDXCon too. Yeah, I think 8 in total in my small Swedish apartment. Fond memories of Nicky there saying, "Alright, I'm ordering pizza, who wants pizza?" And he takes over 3 hours to place the order. Oh, Nicky, Nicky. Yeah, the music that's playing now makes me ever more glad that the game doesn't play a lot of music, normally. This game builds its own atmosphere tremendously well. It doesn't need these poignant pieces. I think I will stop in by a little office here. I'll offload some of my stuff because it's a good central point. Even though the Trapper's Den is an excellent place, I prefer this. It's larger, it's closer to the lake for fishing, and it's just more central. And I, in games in general, far prefer a central safe house. Like when I was playing more State of Decay 2 in my own time, I was playing on Cascade Hills. And despite it being far from the best base, I took the church because it's right in the center of the map. Pretty crummy, actually, where you got 1, 2, 3 small internal building slots, 2 small external, and only 1 large. Not great for building. To our pizza saga, it's mandatory lore. Too much lore going on. Right, I am heavy and I really need to start triaging things. I don't need cans. I still don't have a knife, so we're going to stick with a shard here. Do I even need these torches? They are a bit heavy for what they are. I don't remember this being here. I don't think there's a cooler here in survival mode. But I'll certainly take some sodas. And let's ditch some stuff that's just weighing us down for no good reason. My reclaimed wood is not good for the weight that it is. I don't need newsprints at all. I have cattail heads for tinder. There are plenty of sticks to be had out there, so let's not wander around with loads of those. I'm still overweight. Nobody needs that much accelerant. Nobody needs antiseptic. Oh, jeez. I think I'm wearing all of my clothes. In terms of food, I've got way too much, so ditch the dog food. I don't recall this fresh rabbit, but I certainly grabbed it if it's there. And in terms of tools, I don't even like simple tools. I certainly don't like snares. Throw that away. And I don't need that many stones. Trying to think of anything else I can reasonably ditch. Cured leather's easy enough to salvage wherever we need it. I need to get my mind out of interloper mode where, you know, I absolutely want everything I can get my grubby hands on, but I think that'll do me now. It'll do me even better if I eat up that fresh rabbit. You can't drop the rifle. The game seems to want me to have it, but can I drop it? Yeah, we could just leave it here. This thing weighs 4 kilos.
It's gotta go.
Unbelievable. You know, playing through this, I could definitely go for another run of... Oh, yoink. Another run of The Long Dark. But the question remains, what would I even be doing? What is there left to do in this game, other than the story mode that I'm doing right now? It eludes me. Mostly just looking around here to...
I think I can use this.
See what it offers you on this mode. I'm not used to seeing so much in the way of resources everywhere. And where's my magnifying lens? If it were interloper, there's a chance a mag lens would be under the pillow here.
This'll come in handy.
Trail boots. I think virtually all of our stuff is in relatively good nick. Except my trousers. The cowl as well. Doesn't need to slow down and look after this stuff, though. 86% on the bedroll. But mine is 87, so sod that.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Oh, now that is good. Cargo pants. Wonderful. Get rid of my old trousers. Better ones on the outside because they have wind resistance, but only on the outer layer. See it, drink it. And the rich lore that we're all here for. Oh my god, you think I'm reading all this? Thank you, Richard Carter. Bear safe containers. Okay, great. We'll keep hold of that. Probably some mad individuals out there that do 100% runs of Wintermute. Alright, fair enough. Came here to lighten my load, and my load is certainly lightened. Let's get back out there to the dam. Palmar comes in and says, howdy, Jake. How's it going? Surviving? Certainly am surviving. It's the long dark. How could I not survive? That said, my early runs of this game, when I was first starting out, don't think I've forgotten about those times where I was just ramming face first into Interloper, trying to learn how to play the game. So many deaths to wolves. Wolves are really simple creatures in this game. They operate on a few very easy to follow things, but learning how to work around them is one of the key elements for survival. So far you've been a shopkeeper and a chef. What other jobs can you roleplay in TLD? Well, the shopkeeper was so much fun. I almost wish I hadn't done it so I could do it again. That was a brilliant run because it necessitated going all across the world with a set goal in mind. And the chef role was quite similar to that, except there was less of a need to go to certain places. Just more of a case of going to every bloody place I could go to do the cooking. It's a shame that stuff spoils. But it was also nice that people sent me their recipes. I like it when there's this personal chatter touch in there. And of course I kept a record of the recipes so I can go back and reminisce. Open up a tailor's shop. Gosh, it is so warm. Have a quick peek in here. Rarely is there anything of use in here on Loper, but it's somewhere to take shelter. Because you can start a fire. Well, I'm sure I could. Yeah, you could start a fire there. Fire does go through walls. Oh, there's... Forget about not often anything useful there. There's nothing in there. Make all of the clothing. It's not very difficult, and it's very tedious, because some of the high-level clothing takes, what, like 36 hours to make or so? Be the courier. Deliver essential survival gear in pristine condition. Just being a courier in general sounds kind of cool. So instead of having to drop off cooked goods, you have to drop off survival equipment in certain places. And then also, yeah, say you have to keep XYZ in pristine condition. You know what? There's absolutely no need to panic around the wolf. I've got a bazillion matches. I might as well just tell this guy to do one. And then you go, oi, sod off. Dogs in this game are very intelligent. They know what a gun is. Yeah, I'd forgotten this for a long time because of the whole no pulling torches in the quality of life mod. But yeah, wandering around with torches is the normal thing to do in this game. And then when you're down to your last torch, you start a little fire, you pull a bunch more torches and keep going. And it's clever to do because carrying a torch, well, one, it's a massive amount of safety from wildlife. And two, it does give you some ambient warmth. But yeah, thanks to the Von Dougall's quality of life mod, which is a funny name for it because yes, there's a lot of quality of life features, but it's also just full of things that makes the game harder. It disables pulling torches, or it gives you an option to disable pulling torches from fires. And I love that option because pulling torches from fires is just such a cheap bloody trick. Shouldn't be in the game. How do you produce this really nice torch from an ongoing fire? I do not know. Yeah, take a flare. What else you got? Anything to eat or drink?
Use this.
Absolutely not. I don't need more bullets, right? Matches at least are very light, so I don't mind taking that. Yeah, carrying torches is lame. I mean, it's not quite as lame as standing on cars in State of Decay 2, but it's pretty bloody lame. The amount of times I've been in Mystery Lake, but I'm not going to be forgetting running off over there during the blizzard. I had a very, very simple journey to make, and I thought, oh, I'll do it in the blizzard. And I get thrown so off course, I have to stim and run through here like a madman. Almost killed my run, but it didn't. Yeah, exactly, First Firekeeper. To make a torch with 100% durability, which means it lasts for, I think, 7.5 real-time minutes, you gotta bring 3 sticks together, wrap it with cloth, and use a bunch of fuel. And it's not an insignificant amount of fuel either. Or you can get a torch that's randomly between 20 and 50% condition by just pulling it from a fire, and it costs about 1 stick. Also, there's no crafting time involved there, but there is crafting time involved in making the torch. It's just mad. Pulling torches from fires should be disabled, which is why I disable it. Except this is Wintermute, and unfortunately, the mods don't seem to work on Wintermute. Not to my knowledge, at least. I'm not actually sure if the Von Dougal's quality of life mod is up to date for the current version. Haven't reached out to him about it, because I don't like heckling people. After trashing Democracy because Farthest Frontier and playing Maester's Torture, are you willing to bring it back? Yeah, we'll bring back the long play votes.
Carter Dam. This place has seen better days.
I just felt the need to subject everybody to some... Oh, buggery.
Must be a key or something around here.
Felt the need to subject everybody to these games. Hang out in the dam during your breaks. The whole facility is a no-go. It's falling apart. Our insurance won't kick in if you hurt yourself. Okay, well, too bad. Oh, look at that. The key was here all along. I could also take a nap if I want to. But I don't. What I want is another soda. Soda's everywhere. You can really see why there's not so much sodas in Interloper. Because they're really very powerful. You know, water and calories. In a relatively light package as well. How much do they weigh? 250 Gs? Yeah, 250 grams for 250 calories. 1 gram to 1 calorie. Okay, there are some things which are a lot better. But the salty crackers make you thirsty, whereas these fulfill everything. And if I...
Wonder if this is any good to eat.
Well, I'll certainly take that. I think sodas never go off. Even at 0% condition, you can still eat them and not get any risk of poisoning. I'd almost forgotten about that.
Holy shit.
A bear would rip that door off like it was tissue paper. Or one of Andy's drywall projects.
Unfinished business with the bear, he said. So cold.
Don't worry, Shepard. We'll get you warmed up in the dam. Yeah.
Hello? Anyone here? This place looks like it's been empty for a while.
Shepard's facing some Reaper indoctrination here. Alright, we have plenty of fuel, so don't worry about being wasteful with it.
I'll be hungry later.
You're hungry now, Shepard. Eat your beans and whatnot. I don't really care if they're warm or not. I think tinned food in general is fine at 25% or more condition. Good enough. Wash it down with a lovely soda. I bet he's really thirsty, have too. Yeah, in Interloper, the only soda that shows up is Summit Soda. Recycled cans aren't useless. Of course you can cook in them. If you have a cooking pot is just better.
What have we here?
But it's worth noting that... Oh, hold that thought. Pound for pound, the wool toque has more warmth, but Mackenzie's toque has better wind insulation, windproofness. That said, I'm going to wear you on the inside. You on the outside for the windproofness, and you on the inside, and I'll fix you eventually. But not now. Probably not ever. The game's going to drown us in materials.
Could end up being useful.
Nah, it's mostly empty.
Seems like the quakes did some damage here. Must be what the old guy meant about unstable. What the...
Yeah, we're armed for war now. Jackson's seen some wolves in the area. Emily's seen a bear. The thugs are trying to scare us off, but keep this gun handy. As you command. Again, conceptually I love this idea, right? There is a story to go along with. The story is complete hokey, but that notwithstanding, the idea that it's freeform. I don't have to go along with this at any particular pace. I could have spent a month out there enduring the cold, surviving, hunting and whatnot. And tackle the story at my own pace. What was the significance of that, Shepard?
Looks like this thing isn't opening unless I can get the power working again. But that's a problem for later. I have to get those radio parts.
I thought I was here for medicine.
That'll come in handy.
It will not. Yeah, some of these wires can become live during an aurora, and it's actually something that gives me the willies in this game because you take electrical damage so incredibly fast, you're dead in seconds in this game.
I think I can use this.
Oh, I've got plenty of ammo. Leave it be. Oh, Even if I could open this, it's clogged up, so there's no way forward there. Are we not here to avenge Lord Barrington? No, certainly not. Why, what bad things have happened to Barrington?
I could use this.
Again, I'm armed to the teeth. I do not need yet more ammunition. But the game will sure offer it to me. Let's have a bit more of a thorough check then. Stack of papers isn't even fuel, it's just tinder. There's a ton to break apart in Carter Dam. All these pallets, all these metal shelves. I think somebody said that they went through and they destroyed every destructible thing in this game, and it took over an in-game month. The amount of wood and metal you'd end up with is insane, but at least you're at Mystery Lake, so you can do plenty of hunting and fishing to keep you satiated through the experience. The fact that tinder becomes useless at Fire Skill 3 always irked me, yeah. That said, tinder is a bit useless in general. What are you meant to really do with it? You never struggle for tinder. You can turn sticks into tinder. Cattail stalks inherently are tinder. You find paper everywhere, that's tinder. There's tinder everywhere. So, I just wish it was a bit more relevant. The layout is slightly changed here, isn't it? Ah, meds.
That sounds like what the trapper needs.
Ignore the fact that I have a pry bar. We need a key for this. Ignore the fact that I have a gun. We need a key for this.
Must be something we can use to fix the shortwave.
Radio parts. Okay, we just took a specific radio part. Finally, a Summit soda. Commander Shepard is so strong that he can turn a pry bar into scrap metal with his bare hands. And it's even faster than doing most of the other actions in the game. The elevator's acting up again. It'll be a long walk before you can get into the control room. Via the turbine way, yeah, sure. Safe, not even gonna bother. The safe minigame is unpleasant. We got the radio parts, we got the medicine. Let's help our trapper friend. Does Canada have different trapping laws or poaching laws? Weightless
Industrial
supplies.
strength antibiotics and very strong painkillers. Dangerous. You can get hooked on this stuff. Let's hope we don't need it.
Alright, time to help the old trapper before he dies. I wonder if you can go so slow that he does die. Also, I didn't realize it was this dark. Let's keep this on. Think of the dosh, Jake. I usually am. You need permits, etc. Always the paperwork. I can't express how much more pleasant this is in Beyond Two Souls as Rabbit Apple. Is it really, though? I'll take your word for it, but I do wonder. Right, we're just going to tough it out and get back right now. In fact, I'm going to enjoy a lovely cup of coffee. Good coffee. That way I've got a bit more perk in my step.
I'd better check in on that old trapper.
Oh, except there's a blizzard. That's alright, I'm confident. We'll make it through the blizzard. The blizzard is nice because it means that the animals won't spawn. I guess they go and take shelter during this. Although, I don't know if that's going to apply to plot device Big Bear. Is there any time pressure in story mode? I don't think so. It said get back before the dude dies, but I have a feeling I could stay out here for a month and he wouldn't have the decency to roll over and die, despite his gaping bear injuries. I've never been truly lacerated. Most of my injuries have been blunt, so I don't quite know how it feels, but I can't imagine you do particularly well after bear mauling. Ah, this is so cozy. I've been out in snow like this, but the wind has never been this loud. I feel like wind is only this noisy when you're in a particular valley that catches it and makes noise. But snow like this, with snowflakes so big that they kind of cover your face in an instant, oh yeah, takes me right back. Brazilians cowering in fear at the very idea of this. Try it, you might like it. I always think being cold is better than being hot, because warming up is easier and feels better than cooling down when you're hot. Cooling down when you're hot is a relief,
Escape this cold.
but warming up when you're cold is a pleasure. Isn't the coast of Scotland a windy place? Because Scotland is permanently windy. Even on a lovely, warm, sunny day, it's still windy as all balls in Scotland. But I've never known the wind to be so deafeningly loud as it's shown here to be. That said, this game isn't based in Scotland.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
This game is Canada Power Hour. I don't have a hope in hell of starting a fire in conditions like this. Is what I would say. Oh, look at this lovely place to take shelter. I'm curious, just how cold is it? Ah, it's still -8 here. Is it even possible to start a fire? Can't do it on a wooden surface, I know that. I don't want to start it on this log, apparently. And starting it out here would be madness. However, what we could do is this. Don't use my precious birch bark, though. Yeah, I've got accelerant for days, but we don't need it, do we? Base fire chance, 55. You can't start a fire on a wooden surface, but you can do it on a frozen lake.
Come on.
As we all know, heat rises, Marvin, so it's not going down into the water to melt it, it's going
It
up
worked.
into the air. This baby setting where fire always overcomes ambient temperature. Anyway, let's not worry about such things. Let's throw in a few sticks. And make ourselves another load of good coffee, maybe? Nah, I fancy some herbal tea. Again. Actually, herbal tea is silly. We can take it out of the water and somehow keep it dry that way. I'll prepare another coffee, though. I don't think I have any food to cook. No, sir. In that case, more good coffee. This actually seems kind of cozy. But why be outside like this when we could be inside the caboose? Shepherd works in mysterious ways. You could make it harder by making a campfire cost several stones to build. Yeah, as it stands, a campfire costs nothing. You need the fire stuff, but the campfire itself is free. If you had to carry stones, that would be a bit of a tax on your weight. But why worry about such things? Let's just enjoy our lovely coffee. It'll warm us up. It'll make us feel a bit more chipper.
I might have to drop some gear.
You'll be fine, Shepherd. And we could attempt to carry a torch, but I don't think that's going to be very good. Nope. This is a good torch, though. High quality. And thanks to the fatigue negating effects of coffee, we can gun it and it doesn't quite impact our fatigue so badly. There's fatigue and there's stamina. Stamina is what you see in the bottom right, as it slowly restores as we walk instead of run. And fatigue is on the bottom left, it's the I symbol. It gets a bit confusing because the fatigue meter depletes, which makes you more fatigued. What a silly language. I could go back and stop off at the cabin, but I think we just tough it out. Yeah, it's pretty late at night. Nah, tough it out, Shepard. I wonder if the storm here is scripted.
My fingers feel numb.
What's that? You want another coffee, Shepard? Oh, sure. Where's my coffee? It doesn't stay hot forever in your inventory, though. A thermos can help with that, but the thermos is just so unpleasant to use, I just don't bother. Yeah, the blizzard does tear up your clothes quite a bit, First Firekeeper. But as long as you're not playing Outer Loper, maintaining clothes is fine, because there's an ungodly amount of cloth in the game. Just enter a single house, tear up the furniture, and especially the curtains, and you'll end up with more cloth than you'll ever need. Now, if you're playing Outer Loper, that's a different story entirely. Cloth on Outer Loper is very difficult to get meaningful amounts of. There are some places where you can just find it, and it does wash up on shores, but otherwise it's an unpleasant thing to have to find. I'm curious, could we actually just leave the area? If we go through the rail tunnel, can we get to Forlorn Muskeg this way? Or is he going to say something like, I can't leave that poor trapper to die?
It's not the right way.
But thou must. Well, even so, it's a little bit sheltered here. Couldn't hurt to have another little fire.
Too cold to think.
He's a ticket out of this place.
Come on.
That was one of your best runs, I'm not going to lie. It was
Are
pretty
you
hardcore. Which run do you mean? I also found the one where you're being chased by the darkness to be thrilling. Yeah, Escape the Dark Walker. That was thrilling because I was new to the game. I didn't know how to play. Now that I know how to play Escape the Dark Walker, it would probably be quite trivial because it drowns you in resources. The Outer Loper one, yeah, that was all sorts of thrilling. I'm going to shove on some coal here. It's going to make the heat pretty high. Well, once it takes. Maybe a second bit of coal. Go on then. Shepard wants to be warm today. There's nothing to even bother cooking. Not even some good coffee. I was hoping I could have a back breaking. Yeah, there we go. That's going to be good for the back. Let's just take a wee hour of kit. You're even warmer inside the bedroll, so it'll turbocharge my warmth. Give me a bit more rest. And then we're good to go. Nah, not even gonna bother. Shepard's feeling fine. Let's take another amusing fire on stick and see how quickly it blows. Okay, there we go. How do you throw away a torch again? I thought it was right click, but maybe not. Maybe you can't do it if it's already blown out. There's this lovely button to drop what you're holding in your hand currently, which is Q. Unfortunately, that's a feature of the quality of life mod. I'm gonna get back to the trapper and say, sorry, I didn't even see your bear once. Oh, that I want. Goodness, if I didn't know Mystery Lake like the back of my arse, I'd think this is a very, very dangerous path to be taking. This would be physically painful, not just from the cold, but the windy snow hitting your face like that has this lacerating feel to it. It's good stuff. I recognize these rocks, I know where I'm going. Is what I would say if I had any idea where I was going. But I'm sure it'll all work out in the end. We're running on a Dominion with 4-level luck scale. Not even kidding. Although I am defeated by this waist-high wall. There's no climbing, no jumping. Well, you can climb at set spots, but no jumping in this game. Not playing State of Decay here. Ah.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's smart.
Take it easy. Pretty banged up. Probably a bit delirious, too. I just gave you a shot of some heavy antibiotics. Might feel funny for a while, but it'll help. And you're gonna need some time to recover.
Time? We don't have time. We need to get a message out. It's important.
Message? You mean to your friend, asking for medical help?
Never mind that. Help me up so I can look at the radio. Let's see if the parts you brought back are any good.
That's a military shortwave, isn't it?
Maybe.
I know a bit about radios. It's not like any surplus I've ever seen.
Ah, damn it! Well, parts look fine. So, whatever's wrong with the radio goes deeper than that.
What could it be?
Has something to do with the power. Fuses. Transformers, maybe. We have bigger problems to deal with first. The bear's out there, hunting us. He's a smart old bastard. He'll keep us from getting out, getting supplies, finding help. Eventually, he'll either get us, or starve us out. Ah! I gotta lay down. Help me back to the bed.
dam was pretty busted up, like you said.
The place was cracked open by the quake years ago, never recovered. It was already half dead at the time.
Meaning?
The dam dates back to the 60s. Industrialists from the mainland wanted to use it to power a mining town he was planning to build. But the bottom fell out of the price of coal, and he had to abandon those plans. Some fool tried to get it running again in the 80s. But then the forest talkers got involved, and that was the end of it. Pretty sure the quakes finished the job once and for all.
So, who are the forest talkers?
Eco-terrorists. Activists, some call them. Depends on who you talk to, I guess.
Why are they out here?
Well, they've been active for years. They come and go. Mostly here to throw a wrench in the works for a variety of resource projects, mining, forestry mainly. They want Great Bear to remain a pristine wilderness.
You don't sound like you agree.
Oh, I've no love for industry. But this is the way of the world. You have something they want. They take it. Nothing much you can do to stop it.
Well, judging by what I saw in the dam, I'd say the forest talkers are still active.
Well, that's good news for you. Keep your eyes open for supply caches they might have left behind.
What's this unfinished business between you and the bear?
Me and the old bear. Every time we meet, we make a little trade.
And what do you trade?
Each other's blood, mostly.
Sounds like a losing proposition.
Well, I'm sure it will be. For one of us.
Can you tell me anything about where we are?
Well, this whole area takes its name from Mystery Lake nearby. It's kind of a wilderness preserve. Though you wouldn't know it from the logging trucks. Not much around there, apart from some lake cabins that'll be locked up for the season. You've already seen the dam. Railroad passes through the area. Trains come through once in a while. Fewer every year. The whole area's mostly dead. Most of the year.
You sound like you like it that way.
I sure do.
So, no other people living out here?
You gotta understand. The collapse destroyed Great Bear. There's nothing here to stay for. You meet anyone out here? Chances are they're hiding from something. Or someone.
And you? Why are you here?
I have my reasons.
The main reason I'm out here is I'm looking for someone.
Ha! You won't find too many people out here. That's kind of the whole point.
This is someone important to me. A woman. She may have passed through here a few days ago. She might have been injured.
What makes you think she came through here?
She passed through the tunnel leaving Milton. Then... I'm not sure.
Well, the roads from Milton don't lead this way. Wherever she's headed, you'll have to cross the mountains to find her. Not an easy path, even for the most experienced outdoorsman.
I'll do whatever it takes.
Well, you won't get far with that bear on the prowl. What we need is to get my radio up and running, so we can find out what the hell is going on. Maybe someone out there has seen your friend.
The woman I'm looking for. She might be on her way to a place called Perseverance Mills. You know it?
Shit Nothing Town, north part of the island.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I know it.
We were on our way there, my passenger and I, when we crashed. I need to find a way to get there, or contact her. See if she's all right.
You sure she's alive?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, normally I'd make some calls on the old shortwave. Whole area's been damn quiet since those lights in the sky. Even the wildlife's acting strange. But I might have an idea.
What do do you mean the wildlife's acting strange?
You live out here long enough, you get a sense for the patterns in nature. Right now, patterns are broken. Critters aren't behaving the way they should. It's like they're spooked or something. No, not spooked. But changed somehow. The best way I can say it is, things don't feel right.
You said you had an idea. What do you have in mind?
Well, it's a long shot. But I may know how we can find out about your friend.
I'm listening.
This shortwave, I use it to keep an ear open for what's going on.
So how do we get the radio working?
There's no reason I can see why it shouldn't be working.
Well, what about more parts? Or another radio?
We might find another radio. But I think I have a better idea. Problem is, there's no use with the old bear out there. Your path to a working radio, and our survival, is through that bear. We have to find a way to deal with him first.
Okay. So we have to deal with the bear. You're half dead, and rifle shots don't seem to do much. So...
That's because the old bear is special. I've been hunting and trapping for years, and I've shot a lot of bears. But I've never encountered anything quite like him. Special bear like that needs special magic to bring him down.
magic?
Don't worry, I'm not delirious. I don't mean literal magic, but we need the old knowledge, the old ways.
What do you have in mind?
There's an old story, local legend maybe, about one of the original settlers of this place. Spence. The story goes something like this. Spence shows up and sets up his claim shanty with his young family in tow. For generations, the family had been traders in the Hudson's Bay Company. Old voyageur stock, they say. Hard people. Survivors. One day, a bear shows up and menaces the homestead. Spence takes a shot at the bear, but it doesn't seem to do anything. The bear wanders off, but Spence's wife, she takes a turn. Slips into fever. For days, delirious, she screams about the bear. Local doctor can't do a thing for her, neither can the priest. A week later, a hired hand goes missing. And they find him. Just a body. Ravaged. Spence fears for his wife and kids. He's convinced some evil bear spirit is trying to kill them. Revenge for some slight in the past, maybe. Something in the family history. Spence gets some men together for a hunting party. They go out into the muskeg and track something big for days. Eventually corner it. It's a big son of a bitch. Biggest bear they'd ever seen. Man killer. Story goes, they empty their rifles into the bear and it just walks away. Like it's made of stone. They call it the demon bear after that. Wife's dying now. Spence believes the bear's evil spirit is killing her, eating her soul. He can't get anyone to join him on another hunting party. They know rifles don't work. So he forges a spear, like a boar spear, but bigger. From some old Hudson's Bay trapper's wisdom, apparently. He goes out into the muskeg, disappears for days, and then one morning, the wife's fever breaks, but nothing from Spence. Some men go out looking for him, and they find him, half dead, blood all over him, body torn almost in two. The bear's work. The last thing he says is, "Spear stole the bear's soul. My wife is now free." And then he's gone.
So, did he kill the bear?
Nobody knows. Never found a carcass. They buried Spence, took the spear back and hung it over the mantelpiece in the Spence homestead. Never saw that bear. or any other again. Years later, after the Spence family faded to obscurity, a wealthy land baron bought the spear to hang in his hunting lodge. Just so he could tell that story, I imagine.
So, do you believe it? The story of the demon bear? The spear stealing its soul?
No, of course not. I might spend all my time alone in the wilderness, but I'm not crazy. But the old stories sometimes have truths hidden in them. Spence might have been superstitious, but he had the right idea. 10 inches of cold, hard steel might do what a bullet can't. I'm convinced. A spear's the way to kill that bear. And you need to get Spence's bear-killing spear if we're gonna survive the winter. The old hunting lodge is still there. A couple of days' journey south. Follow the tracks the other way, through the muskeg, and you'll find it. If the spear's there, get it. It might be our best hope.
And the radio?
You deal with the bear, and let me worry about the radio. Now, let me rest. Good luck out there. Watch out for our demon.
Right.
Good lord. Whew. Retrieved the legendary spear from the hunting lodge. I'm assuming that's Spencer's lodge over in Muskeg, which she says is a couple days' journey away, but that's where we just were. We took our little nap over here, wandered over, now we wander back and over to Muskeg. Even so, I'm not doing it in this blizzard, and I'm not doing it in these conditions. I suspect you won't let me sleep in your bed. No, we're not like that, it seems. But I will sleep on your floor. It's almost too warm in here, but whatever, we'll sleep until we can sleep no more. And huzzah! He didn't even rest, he was just sitting there staring at me. Oh well, whatever floats his boat. How about I enjoy some pork and beans for breakfast? Be ready in a quarter of an hour. Is there anything I can do or pilfer here during that time? I can check my weight. My weight is fine. A little bit over, but a little bit over is fine. Raid his locker for nothing. Already covered that we don't need or want the storm lantern. 10 minutes, huh? Can I repair this in time? 25 minutes, fine. The toque is a very, very powerful piece of warm clothing. Look at that, plus 2 degrees. Eat that. And we're on the road. Potable, not portable water. So long ago I used to work in the water industry, and I remember a sign in a library, and they'd gotten it wrong. It said portable water on it instead of potable. And I remember thinking, who is making this device? Who has mass-produced this device but had the word portable on it instead of potable? It was actually pretty cool. I was able to see Aberdeen's new large library being built from the inside out. Could kill this deer. I'm equipped for it, but it doesn't seem very sporting. And I don't need its meat or its entrails, so we'll just chase it down for fun. Who's wasting time building a library for Abertonians? I see what you're getting at. I feel like if a few .303 rounds doesn't even phase the bear, then a big spear isn't going to do diddly. What's the caliber? I'm not a gunhead at all. Not sure it mentions it. What I could do is have a closer look. No, I've no idea. I'm not into firearms at all, so my firearm knowledge is virtually zilch. It said 303 on the gun. Ah, okay. So you weren't just plucking that out of thin air. Sorry, 303 isn't a caliber that we use in State of Decay 2, so it doesn't exist. State of Decay. Here's hoping State of Decay 3 isn't a complete waste of everyone's time. Hey, you can see the route that I took here whilst running through the blizzard as well. I kept to slightly lower ground. But it's not a difficult journey to make over to the trapper, especially when the windows are lit up like that. Just accept it'll be given the Frostpunk 2 treatment. No way. I don't think they'd take their winning formula that they have with State of Decay and decide that what they want to do is make a completely different game under the same name. And then act surprised when people are turned off by it. This survival city builder's pretty good. Let's give them a civilization clone and they don't seem to like it so much. How could this be? I still maintain that it was an alright game, but it's not the Frostpunk I'm looking for. Yeah, I think a lot of people have been trying to elicit me into saying the words Frostpunk 2 is bad, but I don't think it's bad. Not as a game, at least. As a sequel, okay, pretty tone deaf. What am I even here doing again? That's right, we need to get to Spencer's mansion. Yes, and that's at the old broken railroad. Don't see a reason not to just take the simple path along the railway line here. Are you looking forward to the Frostpunk remake? It should have mod support. Looking forward is putting too many words in my mouth. I'll certainly be checking it out when it comes out, and I hope the mod support is good, but I'm having a hard time seeing what exactly they're hoping to accomplish with the game. Other than, of course, making money. What is there to do with Frostpunk that wasn't done in that game? I don't think it really needs or wants more content. I think it was a very refined experience as it was. Yeah, mod support would be fantastic, but I mostly just want that for some small tweaks to make things even harder. But you know, that's their job to figure out how to make it something worth spending money on again. I'm not going to work for free on figuring that out. I never thought the scenario play was that good, Chumro. Building the generator was interesting one time, but I never wanted to do it again. And the other scenarios weren't that great. I like the emergent gameplay that I got myself doing survival mode. Much like in this game. Oh, this story mode blows. But playing the game in survival settings, where I have my own story to make, oh, that is so good. It also feels very strange to remake a game that came out in 2016, was it not? Gosh, we're barely getting cold at all.
Hope I can still eat this.
In fact, we're warm inside here. Very warm, in fact. I'm tempted to take a little nap. Just for 1 hour. Yeah, Baron, it's absolute games journalist mode playing on this. The weather calmed down and the fog rolled in. Do I actually have any good coffee? I got so much coffee, it's criminal not to make use of it. I don't, but I can always start a fire and work with that. I will actually take 2 bits of coal. Interloper instincts kicking in here. Yeah, Kitty, finally a mode for you. Ugh, I think you could get good, Kitty. You're not that bad. Then again, Yuna only Final Fantasy X, still not done. It's not on stream. Maybe you've been playing more of it off stream like a monster. This wolf is hardly my problem. Hello, wolf. I said hello, wolf. Since he was eating, I didn't even need the fire. But that was definitely scripted, right? There's never normally a corpse there. Could you imagine gaming offline and not streaming? Imagine if it was your job streaming on top of that, Jake. Just imagine. I ran an entire State of Decay 2 run off stream in my own time over the past couple of days. Well, let me think. The weekly one-shot was on Sunday. So on Monday, whilst Dark Young was doing his own run of it, you know, failing miserably. What was it? I think he achieved 43 or 47% of the way through of his own challenge. All the while going on and on about my own run. He was going on about all the mistakes I made in my run. Oh, Jake was doing this. Oh, it made no sense to me. Use your items. Stand on the cars. Oh, you know, he played well, don't get me wrong, but oh, he was just driving me tatties with all the mistakes he was making. And then he dies, not even getting through half the plague hearts. Freaking Dark Young, man. I kind of feel for him, though. I mean, he's getting on in years and he's kind of dilapidating. He's a bit like the Byzantine Empire. He exists in the shadow of something much greater than himself, but he's still trying to cling on to relevance, despite just being old and grotty, smelling a bit bad, and just waiting to be ravaged by Turks. It's kind of sad when you think about it, but, you know, we all have our glory days and they all come to an end, don't they? Poor Dark Old. Unleashing his inner Mr. Beast. Poor Young getting kicked out. Oh, it was a very entertaining stream, I'll give him that. And it was very nice to just reignite some love for State of Decay 2, because as I mentioned, it's been aeons since I played the game. Leno Milo says, what mods do you use for State of Decay 2? I generally don't use mods for it. If I want a custom character in, I use the Community Editor tool. And that's what I've used in the past to let chatters submit their own characters. In the game... no, I don't run any mods in the game. For the challenge run, we used a mod tool which allowed us to advance days to make the game a bit harder. And in previous runs, I've used the Dark Side mod and the No Man's Land mod to add some extra difficulty. Because that's most of what I'm looking for. State of Decay is great, but on normal lethal mode, the game is just a bit too easy. So finding ways to increase the difficulty just, it does it for me. Leveler says, at least he put it all on the line, even humiliate. I don't see the Dark Young punishment game. What exactly was on the line in his run? I must have missed that part. Do I have time to grab this? Always. His pride. Again, what was on the line? There should be some tangible thing on the line, no? Something that exists. Now, that said, I have to do a punishment game for my inability to complete the challenge. In my head, I completed the State of Decay 2 challenge. But ultimately, that's not what the records will show. So I've got to run this game called Freedom from 1992, which largely means figuring out how to run this game from 1992. Old enough that it can buy drinks for its own children. Excuse me. Been holding that sneeze since I went out shopping this morning. Yeah, I was around in 1992 and I'm still running. Don't ask what the Jake operating system is, though. Oh, please improve, Spoon. Don't remind us that it's been an hour and a half of yapping already. And there's only been one other character. He's told us about mystical magic of this boar spear. He keeps going on about his old radio. There's a way to walk over this. There we go. I actually quite like the fact that you can't jump in this game. I've been thinking a bit about jumping in video games and how incredibly unrealistic it is. As I often say, realism's not a good argument for things in video games, but it was something that impressed me in State of Decay 2 because it has the most realistic jumping I've ever seen. People laden down with equipment and how little they can jump is shown off pretty well in SOD 2. Of course, here you don't jump at all, but we're carting around about 20 kilos of equipment. I've got a weight training suit that you slot weights into, up to 20 kilos, and you better believe I'm not jumping with that thing on. No, I mean the way you jump in games is unrealistic. You know, Mario can jump many times his own height. Most characters can jump far more than is realistic. I'm not alone here. Ah, look at that. I see no reason to kill that thing. But I do see a pretty good reason to have some good coffee. Because we're getting guy tired here. There's no storm or anything, so there's no problem just starting a fire here in the middle of nowhere. Exposed to the elements. DDR with a weight suit to add to the challenge. Ooh. Yeah, that could be done, but why? It just seems like extreme danger and exhaustion for no good reason. You know, just like DDR already is.
Turned out pretty well.
Don't sound so smug, Shepard. I'm the one that made it. Now, let's just shove on a couple of sticks and make some good coffee. How are we doing on the coffee front, anyway? Got 6 coffees left here, plus the 2 that I'm making right now, so we're pretty coffeed up. On top of that, let's have some tomato soup for the calorie value and lightening my own load. As I get more tired, my carrying capacity goes down. And things cook just being near the fire. Wait, 28 minutes until ready? That's surprisingly long. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to cook the soup in here. There we go, that's much faster. have my final stick. Some dangerously poignant music. Good coffee. While I'm at it, I should lighten my load by eating and drinking other things. Oh, that is a very curious deer. Crazy. I'd love getting that close to animals. Yeah, maybe the deer can tell us about even more fiery illusions. I'll drink that tomato soup before too long, and I will say sod it to this. Just give me some fire to work with. In survivor mode, the place that we're going to is utterly infested with wolves, and I'd be very surprised if that's not the case in this version as well. So let's just stay locked and loaded with fire. Obviously, I have a gun. I can shoot those wolves into fertilizer, but let's try and be a little bit kinder to the wildlife here. Something quite obnoxious with Long Dark is when you start the game, it gives you 4 full splash screens, 3 of which cannot be skipped. The first thing it gives you is a splash screen explaining their stance on AI-created works. Something Hinterland is a human-first company. Then it gives you a splash screen about how you should not treat the Long Dark as anything realistic. It will not give you survival skills to survive in these kind of environments in real life, so don't do it. It could result in da-da-da or even death. And it also gives you an epilepsy warning, and none of those can be skipped. And then finally it gives you the Hinterland animated logo, and then it gives you the screen to actually start the game from. I mean, I love this game, but the developers are high on their own farts. I had a fire coming in here.
Oh, shit.
Well, I certainly feel stupid drinking that coffee.
Is that a campfire?
Somehow we've got full resting right now. And did it actually full set all of my bars in the bottom left? I thought it was full of food and drink. Oh well. Hello, 900-year-old grandfather of Noah.
You again?
How goes the war, my friend?
War?
The war between man and nature, of course. The lights in the sky, you and the bear. The cold, hunger. The old fights returning.
Did you scare the bear away?
There was no bear when I found you. Perhaps it isn't yet time for your paths to cross?
Listen, old man. I'm not sure.
You still believe things are going to go back to the way they were?
Lights in the sky.
Remember, I said they were a reckoning.
They're powering the lights around us?
Now you see.
This can't be. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, and yet it has happened.
I've had a lot of trouble with wildlife lately. Is it always this dangerous around here?
I've seen many strange things, of course, but the birds and beasts, their rhythms are their own.
Meaning?
The patterns of nature have been interrupted, broken. Even those who once knew how to read them are now confused.
What do you think's spooking the wildlife?
I can't say for sure, but the lights in the sky may hold the answer.
So, you think the aurora is influencing the wildlife, too?
There is much in nature that we cannot understand. Would it be so strange?
So, this is some kind of recurring aurora borealis?
Possibly.
And it's affecting the electricity, the power?
And everything dependent on it. Animating it or destroying it. Perhaps both.
And you knew this was coming?
No, but it was only a matter of time. This has all happened before.
Now this time, Thuzla doesn't have some coffee or rabbit for me to steal. Nor can I place a bullet in his... Oh. Well, I can try. But that's quite enough out of you, my friend. Now, we got the Aurora Wolves this time. They don't give two hoots about my fire. I think. It's been a while. What they don't like, however, are the artificial lights. So you can actually spook them by being near headlights or these kinds of lights. So you're pretty safe here. Not that I recommend you even get to the point of dancing with Aurora animals. It's just added danger for no real reward. That said, we do plenty of that in our games that we stream. Like State of Decay 2, for example. Taking on a siege is stupid. Just leave it to the AI where it happens off stream and you have nothing to worry about. You want some of this? I don't think they want any of this. But we take on the sieges in State of Decay 2 because they're some of the most fun that the game has to offer. There are some faults with it though. For example, it doesn't actually create most of the characters in your base. And their AI is thick as bricks. I hope they fix that in SOD 3. Anyway, I feel sorry for people watching this wanting to hear more about The Long Dark, but I've been thinking a lot about State of Decay 2. Because it's really good. Ooh.
Thank goodness.
That is very good, but it seems incredibly unnecessary. I'll take it anyway. That is obnoxiously warm. And the parka beats my own parka, but you know what? Since it's ours, I'll keep it. Could take a nap here. It's actually warmer than the outside. Rather, it's warmer than freezing. Of course, it's warmer than the outside. There's even food here. The game just doesn't want you to falter at any moment, does it? Oh, fine by me. I'll take a wee nap. Except it suddenly got quite a bit cold. Ach, I'm fine. Take an hour nap and see what happens. Is this episode harder than the previous? Difficulty is not really a consideration, Vazov. On story mode, there really is no difficulty, period. I mostly want it to be morning time so I can see inside the warehouse place. But morning is the coldest time of day. I mean, it is cold and getting colder right now.
Can't feel my hands.
I know, Shepard. Fine, we'll head on in. Wait, actually, why am I even here? This isn't the place you want to be.
Damn. I'm freezing.
But these are the electric things that can just shock you and kill you in seconds. Not sure if that's the case on Games Journalist difficulty, but I steer well clear of the sparks when I'm playing on Interloper. Alright, here we go. And take a nap in here just to pass time until it's lovely and bright outside. Many runs of mine have ended in the damn Aurora Cave, even though there's nothing in there. Yeah, it just doesn't seem worth the hassle. Maybe not so much hassle as insane risk. Some very old microwaved tea. I was wondering what that was. It's a floppy diskette. So there we go, not tired at all. Feels silly trying to go for well-fed if the game just takes it away from you. But well-fed is such a good bonus. Start working our way through some of these goods. It's one of the best things about food. It does not weigh when it's in your belly. Okay, can't open the exit. The OSHA violations mount up. This is a pretty interesting place when playing on Survivor mode. It's not that full of items, but it's still in a pretty convenient place. You're passing through, it's your last stop before heading to the far territories as well. And if you break these apart, there's something good in them. Actually, is there something good in them in this version? I'm curious enough to check. This will waste quite a bit of time, but curiosity will not be gotten in the way of here. There is nothing, and there is even more nothing. Oh, I'm glad we had this talk. And now I'm incredibly laden with huge amounts of reclaimed wood. Well, if nothing else, I'll just shove my wood in here. Yeah, I don't even need to keep any of that. Broken Railroad would be the coziest zone in the game if the damn muskeg weren't right there. Muskeg isn't so bad. Oh, right, we can't leave this way. Muskeg isn't so bad. It's laden with wildlife, but there's just nowhere to take shelter. Oh, hello. Months without pay, making us deal with the forest crazies. Now they're sending us after them. Once I'm done with this trip, I'm out of here. If you're coming to help, meet me on the far side of Mystery Lake near the summer cabins. Doesn't sound like my problem. Oh wait, you actually want me to go and do that? Well, I guess, but I'm here to go and get a big spear to skewer myself a bear. Is it so bad? It's the only zone you haven't SRS'd for a reason. I did do single region Survivor in Muskeg. I'm pretty sure I tried it twice and I failed both times. It's brutally difficult to do single region because there are almost no resources, and finding matches is highly unlikely and hugely pivotal, which is a bad combination. Maybe that's what you're getting at, though. You didn't successfully do it. Is it really the only one I failed, though? I can believe that. Very glad they didn't keep this music from the wolves in the survival mode. It just feels a little bit too presumptuous, the music that kicks in. I prefer the more foreboding music that you get in survival mode when you get stalked. I going the right way? It's been a heck of a long time, but there should be a bridge right over there. Need to be careful not to aim the rifle at the dog, or else he'll take that as a sign of aggression. And he'll meet me halfway on that. Come to think of it, a lot of the expansion stuff they haven't added into Wintermute. I guess that's why they branched it off as a separate executable. I haven't noticed any of the chestnut trees, for example. Are they chestnuts? Some kind of nut trees. No mention of the frontier cooking either. Acorn trees, thank you. Do you only have 2 more bullets? I got what's in the rifle and then 2 more on top of that. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't count that. Fox Tattoo's coming in, having missed 2 hours of important lore. You missed some hazy drug-fueled flame stories about an old skewer that we're going to use to kill the bear. Because apparently bullets won't work. But 10 inches of steel will. Alright, I've had enough out of you, Wolvie friend. Fare thee well. I've never fired a bolt-action rifle before. In fact, the only guns I think I fired is a shotgun. I don't know the type. What the hell else have I fired? God, I have no idea. Did it in America. It was obviously so impactful. Right, here's a fun thing. That dog. Get your hands off of that bunny. Or I'll open up on you. There we go. My bunny now. You shot a little tutu on your cousin's farm, says Val. There we go. A little tutu. My favourite caliber in State of Decay, because it's so cheap. And a headshot's a headshot.
Wow. This must have been really nice once upon a time.
We can actually break aggro quite easily by just jumping in here. Can even look over and see the beast wandering away. No, we can't.
Now, to find that spear.
Dinner is served. Ooh.
Could end up being useful.
Coffee being one of the best things in the game, and it's drowning us in it. Amazing. Again, no sense just leaving this stuff to waste, although from what we've seen, the game just likes to reset your stats anyway at critical story junctures, so maybe it's a waste of everyone's time. Even so, oh wow.
If this is any good to eat.
Condensed milk is so good. It's little reason why you don't see it in Interloper. Look at that, 750 calories in 1/4 kilogram. I've got a jar of condensed milk in my cupboard. I've had it since I lived in Sweden. I'm wondering if it's still going to be good to eat. I don't know what to do with it though. Why did I buy it in the first place? I think I was making caramel. But I didn't need all the tins of it that I had.
This'll come in handy.
No, it won't. Condensed milk. It's good for coffee or tea. Tea? Putting that in tea sounds foul. And I don't drink coffee to begin with. Okay. Ooh, is that peanut butter?
Hope I can still eat this.
And that is crazy calories. But I've just noticed it's less calorifically dense than the milk. Cut up some fresh fruit in a bowl, put condensed milk over it, add a teaspoon of sugar. It's sinfully good. Think of the calories. Firearm cleaning kit. How good a nick is our gun in anyway? I've never had to maintain guns in this game before. 75% is going to be fine, but let's give it a clean. Oh, that really does not improve much. I think this is another skill that you build up in the game, and you get good at tending to firearms and whatnot. Doesn't take that long, so I'll do it 3 times and then ditch the kit. As you can tell, we're not using the gun much. And I don't want... Well, the kit is light, isn't it? Yeah, alright, fine. Where is that spear, though? Meet up the abandoned hunting lodge. Da-da-da-da-da. We gotta stop the bear... the forest people, okay. Do these people actually exist? Where's the spear? Any seen a spear? Oh wow, a torch. You okay, Shepherd? Grab that in a peculiar way. Could have sworn above the fireplace is the first place I checked. Oh, well, apparently not. I was thinking about the cooking place.
Damn. Looks like one little detail got missed in the trapper's legend of the old bear. The spear didn't survive the fight. Must be something I can use to fix it in that old machine shed.
Is it here? I'll just trust that we have it. Repair the broken bear spear at the forge. I've got a hacksaw, so if it needs more metal, we can get metal down at the forge thing. And yeah, easy to forget, but there is a forge in Broken Railroad. It's just a forge you never normally use. It's not a particularly good one. Day's wearing on. I'm going to take a 2-hour nap and then head on down. Story item doesn't count in your inventory, yeah, much like how we found the weightless drugs kit. Alright, it's late in the day, which is actually the best time of day. It's the warmest. And warm is good. Actually, how warm is it? Feels like 4 degrees, taps off. There are plenty of rumors about what birds flying away means. Things like blizzard is coming if you hear them moving around like that, but it's all nonsense. There's no deep meaning to it. Game intends for you to set up a rope there and rope your way down, but instead I'll just take the pain. Oh, I did sprain my ankle there. Because there's a snowbank right here, and if you just go, wee, you're fine. And surely I have bandages to unsprain my ankle. And some painkillers for the pain. Easy money. What the hell? Okay. We got bandages for the sprain. And painkillers for the pain. Canadians, man. How did you ever raise the White House? Why do the characters all act so weird, asks Luxshadden. It's like they're written by a 5-year-old who thinks it's deep. You're gonna have to bring that up with the game's developer. What's his name? Ralph or so. Spends half his time on Twitter. Go and ask him. But yeah, that's pretty much my take on it. But I seem to have unreachable standards when it comes to good writing in video games. So I know what happened with the second snapping of the ankles. Actually, I know what happened with both of them. You have a very, very short amount of tolerance for fall height in this game. It will do a lot of damage. Even falling from there down to there is going to cause a lot of health damage. You are definitely going to sprain wrists and or ankles. And fall height can, of course, be fatal as well. On the second one, if you're on an incline... Let's stand on here, for example. See on the bottom right, there's this red thing. That means you're at risk of having a sprain. You get a few seconds of tolerance, but after a few seconds, you can get a sprain at any moment walking around there. If you run, it's more likely to get a sprain, and if you're overburdened, it's even more likely. And then you'll just hear that lovely snap, the screen goes red, and... sprains are easy enough to deal with, a bandage will take care of it, and the pain doesn't actually do anything apart from cloud your vision a bit and make Shepard constantly moan about being in pain. But I wasn't up for that, so we took the painkillers. That's a difficult one, Baron, very difficult, because I struggle to think of many, and I certainly don't have any to hand. If I sat down and thought about it, I'm sure I could wheak out some names of games. But generally, I think less is more. I can tell you the worst, though. That Dragon Age of Ilgard has to be the worst writing I've ever seen in a game. Dead ahead. But the guy did mention supply caches. And I'm more than a little curious about that. Not that we're in any need of supplies.
I've been looking for you. I think I can use this.
Matches, accelerant... Oh, fire logs. Fire logs never normally show up on Interloper. Is that true? There's one place where they spawn. Yeah, screw it. I'll lug it over to the forge. Dragon Age Vilgard managed to make me drop it before I even got to the writing. The damn gameplay in the first 5 minutes was so bad I instantly deleted it, says Blue.
It was getting too heavy to carry.
It was just awful in almost every perceivable way. But just generally, people being idiots or unreasonable in writing is incredibly frustrating. And this here is a great reason for it, as Luxshadden says, my ex-wife is missing, injured, probably dying, but we decided we should help some old lady bring a necklace to her deceased daughter. Why? Why, indeed. And contrived plot devices drive me up the wall as well. Like, what the hell was that thing with the nuclear reactor in Sanabi? It was sheer madness is what it was. I'm very curious about the story of TLD. I mean, the episodes. I never played through beyond episode 2 myself, says Dragon Hunter. Well, I am also curious. I think it's going to be awful, but I do want to find out. They hate the light. Damn, they're writing about Scots again. I'm going to replace one of my bandages and maybe even my painkillers. Did I drop a single painkiller? I think I did. There we go. Here we are then. Let's tweak this thing up. I know it's more convenient to start a fire with a torch, but let's just do it this way, and let's not use our birch bark. Nah, just tweak it on.
That should do it. Let's do this.
Okay, I didn't even have to add the fuel, whatever. We just have an infinite forge now. How bizarre. The heavy hammer is needed. Oh,
I could use this.
well, that's convenient. There are also better tools. So I've been lugging around these non-quality tools completely uselessly. But at least now I have the better version of them, which are lighter and, if I'm not mistaken, faster. Also, crackers.
Guess I can add blacksmith to my growing list of skills.
Even with the forge and the metal and all the stuff here, I don't think I'd know where to begin doing what he just did.
To put this spear to the test.
But then I'm a man of very few skills. I definitely need to shed some weight after all this. Chunk, 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 chunk. I really don't need 2 cooking pots. I don't even think I need 1. Gonna ditch the can opener because the hatchet will allow me to open cans normally, I think. And there comes a point when a man just has too much food. Come on, Jake, you've played Kingdom Come a few times. You'd be fine. I could do the whistling, maybe. Would that help? Even the matches are weighing me down, which is madness. It feels bad, you know, all the instincts I have from the many hours of Loper are working against me here. Let's see. It's night, we're tired. Yeah, let's just sleep. It's warm enough in here. Ralph had to go at the Manor Lord's dev saying his EA success is bad, yet TLD has been in EA for a decade plus and the final bit was even worse than the rest. Oh, Twitter drama. You get what you pay for. Jings, I'm surprised we actually slept through the whole night there. Oh well, sun's out, guns out. I got bad memories of fumbling through here in the complete darkness during my single region survivor of Broken Railroad. I took so much damage here because it was pitch black in here. Actually couldn't see a thing. And there was a little bit of matches right there, which I needed to pick up. Completely blind as well. I did get them, I did survive, and I'm pretty sure I did succeed, but I really thought the run was going to be lost from the start. Because I also had to make my way to here in the darkness, so I'd already ran here in the pitch black. Ah, good memories. One of the nice things about having, I think it's by now 11,000 hours of uploaded content, is that I can jump back and just see what I was doing at any point. And reminisce. And as you get older, the more you want to reminisce. Bavella says, Jake, you're back in TLD. Lovely. Oh, careful. That's a real monkey paw wish right there. It was actually a comment on YouTube that I read just this morning. It was in response to the State of Decay 2 upload, and they were saying, yes, the one thing I'll drop anything for is when Jake uploads from either State of Decay, this other game that I can't remember, or The Long Dark. And when they start seeing that it's Wintermute getting uploaded, they are probably going to feel quite betrayed. Because Wintermute is so far removed from the normal Long Dark experience. Jake the Betrayer, it is known. Byzantine Young speaks again. Nothing else to achieve here, right? No, we're just heading on back. We already did the forging. We found a supply cache. I don't know how we knew there was a supply cache there, but I also know that we don't care. Is this here in survival? I don't think so. Well, don't worry, Six Sock. It's going to get a lot more stupid before it gets any better. And I don't think it ever gets any better. And that's just the stupidity that I know of. There's a whole lot more to Wintermute that I have not explored. Did you try holding the spear? Ooh. Hey, look at that. There's a stamina gauge for setting the spear. Interesting. So I have to assume that the bear comes charging, and then I set the spear, which somehow annihilates my stamina. Okay, well, just don't give me the shepherd class warrior in Dominions. I don't like running out of stamina. Normally I really like these long, ponderous walks in the Long Dark. Because whilst you do have a bit of peace and quiet, you're just walking from A to B, and you usually have enough auxiliary wits about you to be thinking about the wildlife and stay out of danger. I like them as moments to arrange your thoughts as to what you have to do now and what you have on you. So you go like, okay, right, well, food is sorted for a couple of days, but if I run into a deer, I think I'll start up a fire and grab its stuff anyway. But that aside, you know, the water situation is taken care of, but I need to think where I'm going to be sleeping. Coffee will get me through to the next point, but we don't have a bedroll, so should I stop in a car? Should I go to these locations that have beds? These kinds of thoughts I find very fulfilling to mentally navigate during these otherwise serene moments of just walking through. And of course, you got to be ready for the curveball. You know, sudden blizzard out of nowhere, or a wolf actually got the jump on you. Now you're bleeding and infected. There's a lot more than nothing going on in these walks, normally when playing on Interloper Survivor. But here, it feels like -2. What? I've had to be -2 in my bedroom. We're absolutely laden with supplies. There's no real risk. You know, Wintermute. Why did they feel that hard mode on Wintermute should be a joke? We must ponder on the age of Milton and how the mainlanders abandoned it, and the unfinished business of the bear. The bear that we cannot shoot to death, but will stand still with a spear and gore it. If you had a firearm in Dominions, how much damage would it do? This is a question I was tossing and turning with last night. I suppose it depends on the firearm, so let's imagine we've got this 303 rifle. Henchest thinks it would be 25 armor piercing. That's essentially being struck by a no dachi. Except you had armor piercing. And instead of slashing, it would be piercing. A barbarian greatsword, yeah, that'd be another way to look at it. Maybe a katana. I think katana can do piercing, but not armor piercing. Alright, thank you, Broken Railroad. Now back to the beloved muskeg, which I believe there's nothing to do here. Maybe you could... Oh! Yeah, forgive me for not being enthused at the idea of picking up a supply chest. Supplies are not in demand currently. I don't know. I've never been shot and I've never shot anyone or anything. Believe it or not, I'm not a very violent individual. It has been a long, long time since I've beat anybody. I plan to keep it that way. What if the ammo is blessed? There are no rifles or similar in Dominions. All the projectiles are arbalists, bows, crossbows, slings, and of course magic like fireballs and lightning, bane fire. But not even in Ulm did they think to make an actual firearm. Yeah, there's another thing. We're so attached to the idea that this trapper is our only way out. We didn't know this trapper was here when we came through. We already had a vague idea of the direction we needed to go without knowing there'd be a trapper here. But we meet the trapper and go, this guy's our only way out. We're going to spend days gathering the stuff for him, fixing his radio, fighting a freaking bear. Because why? At what point is that more sensible than carrying on in the direction that we know we need to go to get to Perseverance Mills? I have no idea, but it seems like Commander Shepard is too indoctrinated by the Reapers to care otherwise. There's not even siege mortars. There is meteor strike. If I'm not mistaken, that's 150 armor-piercing area of effect magical damage from the sky. In what way is that not a mortar blast? I fought a monolith that I wasn't able to kill, but he decided to cast Meteor Strike on himself and die. That was good. Very good of him. Yeah, exactly. Twaddle about my wife is off there, probably injured. She had a run-in with some convicts. She stabbed one of them. One can only assume to death, because I sure didn't give him any medical attention. Also, it's ex-wife, so we got the Bing Bong Miriam situation going on here. And that's where the stupid stuff all began. Ex-wife rocks up and goes, oh, I know there's a blizzard right now, and you're the one already telling me that it's far too dangerous to go flying, but without offering you any explanation, I need you to fly me somewhere. I ask you for some information, you just go, yeah, I'm going to be a real bitch about this and just tell you no questions allowed. But we do it anyway, despite already listing the reasons that we shouldn't be doing it. Idiot plots, man. They drive me up the bloody wall. Yeah, Orlov is in there putting it in plain English. Everyone, literally everyone, is a smegging idiot. You know, this deer is still here. You know what, the day is early. Let's have a little campfire. Sure, Blizzard won't come out of nowhere and make me regret my choices. There's no good reason to use accelerant, but there's even less reason to use my beloved birch bark. Sorry, young, we don't have those tests. We just have the test for are you German or autistic? Or both.
All right.
To my surprise, I rolled far more Germanic, but it wasn't even that high. I think it was about 40% Germanic. Right, we have the hacksaw, which is so unbelievably good at tearing meat out. I've never had the hatchet before, but look at that. It's as good as the hacksaw. Interesting. Give me half a kilo of meat, please. You know, looking at the meat that we tear out of this kind of makes me want a nice big juicy bit of deer meat. Moldy venison, don't worry. It gains 30% condition when you cook it. Down the hatch. I think I'd get a bit more satiation out of eating half a kilo of freshly cooked meat than that. But I'm a hungry bugger. If you ever visit Wisconsin, you can have some venison from a deer that I kill myself, says Andy. Well, that is great. It would require setting foot in America, which I have ethical issues with ever doing so, but I'll keep it in mind. Let's have some good coffee at the ready. Recognize that I'm low on water, but also recognize that water is everywhere in this game. Even so. Wisconsin's basically Canada with guns. It's only 15 calories of meat. I'll leave that out for the wildlife. And what do we got? We got 18 minutes. Yeah, screw it. Who needs water? Let's just move. I haven't dedicated the time to figuring out how to run freedom, or even get freedom first, young. I'll put it on the schedule once I've sussed that out. It's, from what I've been told, not a game about being Scottish, which was my initial impression when I simply heard old game about freedom. I thought it was going to be some budget Braveheart game. Seems I was dead wrong.
That'll come in handy.
Sod all that stuff. We really don't need anything, actually. I'm glad you had something on the line for your terrible weekly one-shot at it. What a turncoat. A mere moments ago, oh, that was a good run on a very difficult challenge. Singing the praises, and now just fires in his belly. Yeah, the average of my attempts at that challenge, I've scored, I think, 93% of the hearts killed. Your average is about 75% of the hearts killed. You might say, oh yeah, but you ran it twice. Fair enough, I could run it a second time and then we'll see how my batting average is. Getting some first-hand information about the guns in Wisconsin versus Canada. And Darius has a strange amount of state pride for Wisconsin. He always brings it up. Wisconsin this, Wisconsin that. Our cheese, our chocolate, our guns, our wildlife, our nature. Feels like he wants to distance himself from America. He wants the Wisconsin independence movement. And I say bring it on. Civil War is my friend's retirement plan.
Not feeling so cocky now, huh? And all it took was for me to go full-on Grizzly Adams. I'd better get out of here before he comes back.
What? I actually think we're just hallucinating. I'll explain the wisecracks. The Reaper is taking direct control. Alright, we're getting a bit sleepy. Even so, I've been bothered by the fact that I don't have... Wait, what? Where's my birch bark? I thought I grabbed more of this stuff, but I guess I was wrong. I got some tea stuff that I haven't prepared, and I do want it. It's not lost on me that there's all this wood that we've not been taking for ourselves. All these trees in general, we have to rely on picking up sticks from the ground, but at no point do we think we could just hack something off of the trees with our hatchet or our hacksaw. But I don't have a problem with that, really. It's a gameplay consideration. If you could just harvest infinite wood here, wouldn't be a problem. The problem is the weight that you have to give up to hauling around tree sticks and coal and whatnot. And if you do want to harvest wood, you can do it off of these things, fir limbs and that. But the returns are pretty crummy. You gotta stand out in the cold and hack that apart. It can be a bit rough. You're really over-preparing for this, Jake. It's easy mode, aside from the bear-related QT. Oh, I'm well aware. It's borderline impossible not to be over-prepared in this mode. I think you could set it so that you only take the stuff that you spawn with at the start of the episode and you'd still get through just fine. If you set it to foraging only, then it would still be easier than just playing regular interloper. Hacking down a tree with a wee hatchet and a hacksaw is no small feat. Well, it's not like we're struggling for time here. Could probably take a sharp rock and get to work with this, and then you have an entire tree worth of wood.
Getting kind of thirsty.
Trying to keep my eye open for another dose of birch bark. The shepherd loves his birch bark tea. See, there we go. We're there already. Do you think you'd enjoy this more if it was harder, Jake? Because the nonsense would still be there. No, I'd probably enjoy it less. Because the joy of actually playing the game on a hard mode would be constantly disrupted. Better to just tear off the plaster as quickly as we can. But it's okay, we didn't sign up for enjoyment on this excursion. Because, Andy, this will make survival mode on the long dark shine even brighter. And there is a curiosity that I have as to what exactly is the story they're trying to tell with this game. It's finally concluded, and I'm curious to see the conclusion. Ooh. Is that a single rifle cartridge he had for me? How very nice. Where's that lantern of mine? Knowing me, I'm probably looking right at it, but right. Oh, where the heck is it? Don't tell me I put it down somewhere and forgot. Oh, I can see it right there. Here we go. What chapter are we in now? I believe we're close to the conclusion of chapter 2.
Did you find it?
The legend might be bunk, but the spear is real.
Maybe the legend is also real. Let's hope so, for your sake.
Yeah, the bear is definitely tracking me. You have any luck with the radio?
I did. Did you see the lights in the night sky? The aurora? Well, when that flared up, the radio came to life. Just lit up. Started spitting out noise, but it was all gibberish. Bits and pieces of things. Music. Talking. I think it needs more range. A more powerful signal. If we could find a way to boost the signal strength when the aurora is active, we might be able to get a message out.
Let me guess. You have an idea.
You're starting to get it, Mackenzie. I was digging through some old geological survey maps.
Those look like military insignia stamped on there.
Focus, Mackenzie! Now, this survey shows a series of radio transponder towers that cross back and forth across Great Bear.
Now, why would those be there?
Good question. But for another time. We can use these.
How?
Each tower has some electronics that'd serve like a signal booster to make sure the message gets to the next relay.
Okay.
Well, you get me 2, maybe 3 of those, and I might just be able to rig us up our own signal booster.
You might, huh? And I guess I need to do this while old Bear decides if I'm going to become the next chapter in his legend?
Don't be silly. Spence's bear would be long gone by now. That was 150 years ago.
Maybe he has, I don't know, genetic memory.
Ridiculous idea. But there's definitely a bear out there, and he's definitely interested in you. You'll just have to take your chances.
Says the guy safely inside the wooden cabin.
Damn it! You think I want to be in here? I need to get a message out, and this might be the only way.
What message? What does this have to do with me contacting my friend?
There's more at stake than you and your friend! Please, Mackenzie. Get me those boosters. I'll fix the radio, and the first call we'll make will be to Perseverance Mills. I promise.
Okay. I'm on it. I'll be back with the transponder parts.
Watch your back, Mackenzie.
What do I have to worry about? I have a legendary 150-year-old demon bear hungry for my blood. Bullets don't stop him, but I'm armed with basically a medieval weapon, which I'm sure will do the trick. I'm stuck in this winter wasteland where lights in the sky make the power flicker and electronics explode, and the only people I seem to meet are all slightly crazy. And this is all after I crashed my plane deep in the wilderness and somehow lost my ex-wife along the way, and I'd really kind of like to find her back.
Don't forget about the wolves.
I think they just took that off script from Shepard there. He was moaning about the nonsense and they decided to use it. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad he said it and not me. Also, good to see you there, Heldon. I'm glad you tore yourself away from RimWorld for 5 seconds just to listen to the alluring voice of Male Shepherd. Femme Shepherd is out there, and we are looking for her, but she hasn't made an appearance since the prologue. Alright, what in God's name are we doing here? We just need to go back. There's supply cache and whatnot, but we need to go and get the tower stuff. You found a note with details on possible forest talker activity. I really don't want to go there for caches, which it probably is. Well, let's just go. Should I go? I'm a bit tired. And there are not a lot of opportunities to rest. Oh, whatever. Just move. I've got 200 tins of coffee to keep me fueled along the way. Yeah, I better do the quest so I make sure I have enough gear, right, Pratis? The rim sleeps for no man. Somehow I woke up with a copy of RimWorld Odyssey in my library. Don't know how that happened. Whilst I appreciate that, Acronymus, it's not an indicator that RimWorld's going to be back on the channel. As I mentioned, that 500% run I did of RimWorld really felt like a nail in the coffin of the game for me for streaming it. I mean, it'll probably be back eventually, but my needs are satiated for now. I usually wake up with a headache. Lucky you. Why do you wake up with a headache? Drink plenty of water and get 8 hours of sleep. And then there's nothing to be in aches and pains over. Think of that poor monkey. Which run was the monkey in? Was that before the total party wipe? Gosh, I can't remember. It's been so long. The first of the Leighton ones, ah, yes. Shaolin P comes in and says, I really enjoyed the Factorio Death World on YouTube. Thanks to the content. Oh no, I enjoyed that as well. That was more than my pleasure. Glad you did too. Not only did I get to enjoy doing that Factorio run, but I also got to enjoy Alpha Gemo doing the same run. And he did it really, really well. He also had some different approaches from me. And he moaned about my run the entire way, which just made me rub my nipples even harder. And it was just a great experience. And it's such a win-win for me when people do that. You know, they see me do a challenge run and they think, oh, I'll do it. And then either I get to watch them do a tremendously good run, and I enjoy watching it, because I like watching competent playthroughs of pretty much any game that I enjoy. Whether I've played them or not. I mean, I enjoyed watching Heldon do Mass Effect, for example. I don't care for the game, but it was still good to see a competent run of it. Or I watch the person flounder and fail miserably, you know, like Dark Young's run of State of Decay 2, for example. And that just makes it all the better. Oh, my days, the enjoyment I can get out of that. Should seek therapy over it. What run had the greatest spread between viewer enjoyment and your enjoyment, says Look Shadden. Oh, that's a toughie. Because there are some games that I just find are completely miserable, but some people just seem to get their rocks off watching me have a miserable time with it. And for that, you could probably look up any of the 5-star misery games like Coronation Street and the Mystery of the Missing Hot Pot recipe. That's pretty high up there. But then there are the ones that I enjoy a ton and the chat hate. But I find that's a lot more rare. The wind is absolutely pelting Shepherd. You see how slow it is for me to move in the direction of the wind. Eventually I hit shelter. You can tell by the top, the icon at the top of the screen, that means you're sheltered from the wind. Took me aeons to realize what that actually meant. Okay, and now we need to get these 3 things. So if you were just being cheap and going back and forth over the center of this area, which I of course was, now you have to go around the outside. And whilst it is afternoon, which is a great time of day, Shepherd's getting a wee bit sleepy. Good thing I prepared some good coffee. Oh yeah, pretty high up there would be Oblivion and Morrowind. Oh my days. I mean, Oblivion had some cool stuff going for it, but Morrowind was absolute torture for me. And you have those degenerate Elder Scroll fans that were getting their jollies from watching that. Something wrong with those people. Given the way the wind is blowing, it might make more sense to go the northern route. Yeah. The wind will be at my back this way. Being told that Morrowind is an acquired taste. What acquired through Stockholm Syndrome? It's funny how Jake's stomach's absolute arse, yet Morrowind drives him up the wall. I still chewed down and got through my Morrowind, I seem to recall. What was the challenge in Morrowind? I honestly can't remember. I think I had to meet some kind of alchemist and kill some guy in a cellar or a sewer within 10 hours or so. I seem to recall the first couple of hours me trying to find some tiny little box inside a maze of a dungeon. Don't know, I've applied bleach to the brain to try and forget a lot about Morrowind. It was complete the Corpus Cure part of the quest and read all of the dialogue. Ooh. Yeah, that does not sound like a fun time for me. And I distinctly remember it not being a fun time for me. Morrowind is to RPG games what Dominions is to strategy games. Now you shut your mouth on that matter. Don't you drag my beloved Dominions into this. Dominions is the absolute gold standard of strategy games, but it takes an enormous amount of investment to get into it. It pays you back. It pays you back big time. Don't stand around on that ice. It will break. You'll fall through and you will become instantly hypothermic. Well, you do on Interloper. God knows what it does on this baby mode. Yeah, so Dominions was originally Scipio. He came in and he forced me to play Dominions 4. Now, of course, you can't really do much in Dominions, even with a couple of hours, even with a 10 or so hours. And Dominions 4 was kind of arse. But with Dominions 5, he basically saved up all of his Patreon dictator stuff and just said, right, you're going to be playing Dominions for like 12 hours or so. Here's some pointers on how to get started. It was pretty painful, but during those 12 or so hours, I came to appreciate Dominions. I still couldn't play it to save my life, but I started to really see what it was about. And then after that, I spent, I'd say about 40 to 60 hours. What was that transition? I've spent hundreds of hours playing this game. I've never seen the weather just pop like that. Just instant fog. Instant dead wind. And and Wintermute. Anyway, 40 or 60 hours was enough to be able to play the game. You know, it's like 2 full days of commitment to learn something just to play a bloody game. Seems insane. But having learned that, I could finally start enjoying the game, because it's hard to enjoy a strategy game when you're only playing it for a few hours, which is why it baffles me when people put strategy games in as their punishment games. Like, what do you expect me to be able to accomplish within a couple of hours? Unless it's a really basic baby strategy game like, I don't know, Command and Conquer. Or Age of Empires. You know, stuff a toddler could pick up in a few minutes. But I got there, and now Dominions is... yeah, I'd say it's my favorite strategy game now. Just infinite amounts of things to achieve. If you dream up an idea, you can generally do it in Dominions, no matter how ridiculous it is. I had an event in Dominions just the other day which said, a batch of winged monkeys have just appeared to abduct the Silver Surfer. And sure enough, a bunch of winged monkeys came to attack Silver Surfer. Silver Surfer, the telestic animate. But because Silver Surfer was so awe-inspiring to animals specifically, the winged monkeys were unable to even attack him. They just kind of stared at him in all of his silver majestic glory. Until it became nighttime and the monkeys got too tired and wandered off. That's like the 12th shot today you've taken at me. My beloved Command and Conquer and Age of Empires 2 now. Oh. You're so shallow you think this comment is about you. Yeah, that is the beauty of Dominions. And putting in the customs names made it even better for me. Because you know you can play the game normally. It says like Asbach does this, that, and the next. But when it's Dongzhuo, the Blood Hunter, that's when it becomes a bit more enjoyable for me to play. I mean, Dongzhuo was one of my Blood Hunters, and he actually became horror marked. So I gave him some specific magical entity destroying weapons. Elfbane, that was it. Dual-wielding Elfbane. With a magic resistance chainmail. And now Dongzhuo continues to harvest virgins from the land for his own nefarious purposes. But whilst also fending off horrors. And I enjoy it so much. Ah, okay, we did get the parts. And from here, we carry on, round, and down in this direction. I used to think I always wanted a map in this game, but actually, I have changed my mind on that. It's more enjoyable when you don't have a map. I don't want any of this trash. Well, it's not trash, but I don't need it. All I need is some good coffee and maybe some flubber on the bottom of my boots, given this fall. This is a bad idea. This bad idea is getting worse. Oh, whatever. Go for it, Shepherd. It's good stuff. Bleeding Canadian ankles. As I mentioned before, we have tons of coffee, so just drink it down. If I were in a survival situation, I wonder if I would drink coffee. It is so incredibly disgusting to me that I would probably rationale to myself that if I'm going to die, I'd rather die without a taste of coffee in my mouth, rather than slightly increase my odds by ingesting coffee. It's not that bad. It is, to me, the single most disgusting food or drink I've ever encountered in the world. Yeah, exactly. Just give me the water used to make the coffee in the first place. I drink a ton of water. I've played DDR for most of my life, and I'm pretty sure that gave me my massive drouth. But even before that, I drank a fair bit. Alright, even Shepard is getting tired of hearing me moan on about coffee the whole time. Let's go and do this glorified fetch quest. The sticks aren't that light, it's 150 grams per stick. And they don't burn for that long. But they're everywhere. And all it takes is one stick to start a fire. And oddly enough, they are the best thing to start a fire with, aside from maybe a book. You get the best fire starting chance with a stick. Well, it's better than using a log. A book is quite a bit better, though. But you don't tend to carry around books because they're even more heavy. Poor Shepard is getting knackered here. I think what I'll do is I'll head over to the ruins of Spencer Mansion. I'll start up a fire, possibly in the forge. Although possibly not in the forge. And I will take a good long sleep there because the sun's going to be going down soon. The game is such a different experience when you're not fighting for your life. Almost like I'm playing a different game. I'll concede, though, the hazy vision is kind of getting to me. Just go and pop your painkillers. I don't need a fire. It's basically autumn. To be true, it feels like it's 7 degrees out there, which is the temperature that I woke up to just the other day. Although now we're finally hitting the point here in Shia Folk where my house warms up when I open the windows. We do this one before we go to Spencer Mansion. What a mansion. And Baron continuing to terrify the Brazilians by saying it was a lovely, cozy 12 degrees this morning. Red Apple's asking about the next long play vote. Haven't decided. I need to take a moment to look at the long play submissions and see what looks interesting there. Isn't that the comm tower over there? Yeah, I'm looking right at it. I was getting myself a bit turned around there. But the ice might not like me much here. And that wolf might not like me much, but I think I was going to say I think I'm downwind, and now I don't think that. Because I sprained my wrist, I can't use the rifle. But I can still use a one-handed gun like this with 2 hands. So don't ask too many questions. Can I climb up this? No. Very rarely come to this part of the muskeg. I mean, if nothing else, there'll be a long way up and around there. I was just hoping I could take a shortcut without long delays. I also wonder if this is something one can walk across. My head says absolutely not. But my desire to kill the old bear says, oh, no, absolutely not.
If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
Well, too bad. You have to cross this ice one way or another, Shepherd. You'd think you'd be safe there with the plants coming out, but I have absolutely come the wrong way, and Shepherd is very tired. The idea of walking up a frozen lake fills me with dread. Have you ever seen a frozen body of water in your life, Orlov? I was walking on Lake Balaton this winter because it froze over completely. That was pretty cool. Not outside a fridge. The poor sheltered Brazilian. Alright, we'll have to take the long way around then, lest we fall into the icy lake. And given how immobile I am, and tired, I think this wolf is going to be eating a flare shell to the face. You can kill it with a flare shell. But they don't like the loud bang or the lights. You know what? This is getting a bit ridiculous. I'm just going to repair my wrist. And then put an end to our little... Not with this. Not with that either. There we go. Take a bite of peach. I get distressed by hearing dogs making that whimper. I'm not willing to test the magical spear on wolves. There was nothing about wolves in the tale. Oh, I don't mind walking on ice, but I would have some severe issues driving on the Baltic Sea, improved spoon. You can console in all items, chopper chops, including the mythical bear spear. There is even a specific developer console command for get every item, and it does suddenly make you weigh about 100 kilos, and you become completely immobile, but you will have everything, including story mode items. I wonder if I can walk on this. Just trying anything I can to get myself over there faster. Feels so weird carrying a gun in this game. Once you make your shots, by the way, a rifle cartridge case does ping out. You can pick it up and you can make some homemade gunpowder, fill it up, and I think you have to use car battery lead to finish off the shot, but you can remake the round. Breathe new life into your gun. It's so warm here. We could just take a nap out here. Just lay down, close our eyes. We'll get ravaged by wolves if we don't start a fire, though. And even if we do start a fire, wind could whip up and put it out. More than the guns themselves, I don't like Interloper turning off 3 skills worth of gameplay systems. Yeah, you still find books on shooting, despite there being no guns.
Getting weaker.
I know you are, Shepard. You're Canadian. Nope. Still not getting across here. If you pull up the map of Muskeg, it shows you all the parts where you can walk across and not walk across. But I don't have that to hand. And I wouldn't want it. Water bad, but it's ice young. If that is a way you can do it, Satan. You can just run across the ice. Our shepherd is no longer capable of running, though. He's way too tired. It's long past his bedtime. Right, can we cross this part? Maybe if I hug left a bit. I certainly hope so, because it's slow going for Shepard, and we're still a ways away from Spencer Mansion. Ice is just jump scare water. Getting snogged by that lifeguard really changed you as a man. I don't think you can go this way. I am now certain you cannot go this way. I think being tired also makes you more likely to snap your wrists and other joints whilst walking on steep inclines, so I'm trying to minimize that. Come to think of it, there's this item that I never see in Interloper, but I have now. Maybe I can give it a go. It's called Energy Shot or something to that effect. Okay, well I thought I had it. Ah, here it is. Provides a boost of stamina, reduces fatigue. Let's give it a go. Whoa, look at that. That gave me, what, 2/3 of the fatigue bar back? Incredible. Did you just do cocaine? No, no, the bear has all the cocaine. We just took a cappuccino. Didn't you use one once to run in a blizzard? No, I used a stim to run in the blizzard once. Stims are even more powerful. You can run forever when you're under the effects of a stim. But a stim only lasts for, what, 30 seconds maybe? Farewell. Oh, maybe I should show the cartridge. Here we
I
go.
could use this.
But I won't. Oh, lordy.
Okay. Come on, you big bastard.
I don't have my spear. Oh, wow. It actually does just insta-kill you. Didn't know that.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Oh no, oh no, you don't.
Me and the old bear.
Is there anywhere to get...
Okay. A lot less of that, please. Ah. Well, lessons were learned. One, if you're going to get the spear out, do it very quickly through the radial menu. And I'm not sure what the other lessons were. Ah. So easy, no challenge dies. Not wrong with that one. Also known as correct with that one. Yeah, when you press 2, you toggle between your weapons, but that wasn't even the way to bring it out, was it? Yeah, bears are easier than wolves in a lot of ways. But the bear surprised me a lot there because you wouldn't normally find a bear there. Story bear had other ideas. Drop some gear. We're fine. Will be even finer if and when well-fed kicks in. Reminds me of the bear enthusiast and conservationist and his girlfriend who got killed by a bear. The sounds of them dying got recorded accidentally. I don't think I'd want to hear that. It sounds unpleasant. I never played Wintermute. Can you go rogue and get the technical backpack? The game doesn't let you go to places that it doesn't want you to go. I tried to move out from Mystery Lake early and it just said, ooh, this isn't the way to go. Also, it seems that the stamina we got was very short-lived, or the fatigue rather. It's all come crashing down for Shepard, and I think he has a banging headache.
I need to lay down.
No, he doesn't. Just everything's really blurry. Alright, enough being a clever clog. Let's actually go and take a rest. We're taking a different route here, Orlov, because I want to rest up. I'm tired of wandering around being very, very tired. There's plenty of walking food over there, but I have so much food on me. It's unreasonable. There we go. Right, it's so unbelievably warm I don't even need a fire. But I won't spend all the time sleeping in case it suddenly gets very, very cold. So I think what's more reasonable is to just scarf down some delicious pork and beans. Which I believe we're opening with our hatchet. Wash it down with some grape soda. Take the recycled can that we just got and ditch it. And then sleep for, let's say, 5 hours for now. And then we'll check the temperature and see if we can sleep for longer without a fire. This place brings back a lot of memories, like the wall-hacking dog that tore off my trousers. A lot of animals have it in for my trousers in this game. Yeah, it's still plenty warm enough in this bed. Is the safe in Wintermute? Probably. I'm not wasting my time with safes, though. I've never liked safes in the long dark. And with that, we're nice and well rested. We finally get well fed as well, which we did have previously. It just decided it didn't want to exist anymore when transitioning between episodes. There we go, satiated enough. Just litter all over the place.
What have we here?
The Wooltook's worn, and the stuff we have already is quite nice.
Looks like I made it through another night.
Are you sure about that, Shepard? I'm not. Grab a couple bits of coal, maybe a few sticks as we find them. Otherwise, none of this stuff seems necessary.
Could end up being useful.
I wouldn't say no to these, actually. Nah. Being able to see is a big change here. Fog is quite the killer sometimes. I mean, fog is the reason I didn't see that bear coming. Now he won't see me coming. Crying about the fog, I'm getting deja vu. If only you'd gotten fog right at the end of year one, that would have been great. Alright, so how's this going to go down this time then? There's the wolf. Kill the wolf. No, the wolf is very distracted, fair enough. No fog bear this time.
Holy shit. Okay. This time.
Come on then.
Big bastard.
Glad we had that talk. And I'm feeling fine. He did spawn out of nowhere, right? I'm pretty sure I was looking over there. And now we simply make our way back. Oh! Game's having none of my nonsense. Is this a second bear? Or does it have a hole in it? Oh my god, he's...
Come on, you big bastard.
He's wanting me for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Alright then, come on. He doesn't run very far, does he? Yeah, you stay back there. Oh, he refuses. So the reason I wasn't very keen on having this out early was that it drains your stamina. And as you can see in the bottom right, I don't have a lot of stamina left. Yeah, that's one tough bear. It's been gorged in the chest a few times. Oh my god, it's coming back! The idiot plot extends to the animals as well, it seems. Alright then. Ay, caramba.
I can still feel my face. Which means I'm not dead. Onward.
Still at a loss for why Shepard is doing any of this.
Never felt so cold in my life.
Does the bear take any damage? This is a special scripted bear. It doesn't play by the normal rules of the wildlife in this game. It's a magical 150-year-old genetic memory bear. Alright, so the question was, is the safe still here? The safe is right there, and you can still interact with it through here, which I won't because the safe cracking minigame is a waste of everyone's time in this. Can I still sleep? Yes! We still overcome ambient temperature, so let's have another wee nap. Much better. Although thirsty is all sin. You think condensed milk fulfills your need for thirst? Let's find out. Yeah, it does. That's sweet. I feel like I would get thirsty drinking condensed milk, but... Well, I've got that tin in the cupboard. Maybe I'll crack it open this evening. What did somebody say? Mix it with fresh fruit and sugar. Alright, I'll give it a go. If you don't hear from me again, I die from over-expired condensed milk. Now, I bought that when I was in Sweden, and I left Sweden over 3 years ago. But, you know, it's tinned. It'll last forever, even if it is milk. Even if it is Swedish. Yeah, I was thinking about the price of food the other day. Is the price of food in Sweden also gone sky high? Swedish food was already ridiculously expensive. Doesn't feel like there's much point to earning big buck Swedish salary when you're spending all of your money on the ridiculous prices of everything there. But I digress. I'm curious if it has also spiked ridiculously in price. I don't honestly feel like the price of food is that bad here in Hungary, but it's all relative. Meanwhile, in Norway, people travel to Sweden to buy cheap food. Yeah, and the Swedes go to Denmark and the Danes go to Germany. I'm just curious if, over the past 5 years of mega inflation, has Sweden felt it proportionately? Because I was speaking to a colleague and he said, well, you know, don't worry about it because when you go shopping, it's like, how much is a bag of sugar? 30 to 50 crowns, I guess. How much is this meat? 30 to 50 crowns, I guess. And he says, well, you know, it's all just money. And I was thinking, how blasé can these people be that it's just whatever? And the Germans probably go to Poland, as they should. Cheaper and better food. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. Eventually you find yourself in the Balkans and then no amount of cheap food is worth it. Jake, I think you've successfully bullied off any Swedes who once watched you. Nick still comes around from time to time, but he's been working on making himself German. How much could a banana cost, Jake? $10? Well, $10 if you're in Japan. They have got mega expensive and strange individually plastic wrapped bananas on sale there. Where did this go? I've always regarded UK food to be relatively cheap. It's the Americans who go on about their like $7 half-dozen egg loads that make me think, good lord. I've always regarded America as a place of mega cheap food. Perhaps I've been wrong. Shouldn't be thinking about food so much. I'm getting pretty hungry here. Shepard's eating better than I am. Oh, they don't have a leg to stand on to complain about fuel prices in the States. They pay for a gallon what we pay for a litre. Feels weird seeing all these things that I'm not grabbing. See that sapling out there? That's the makings of a bow right there. It's a maple sapling. Normally I'd be all over that. But why have a bow when I have a firearm?
surrounded by snow. Nothing to drink.
I'm going to be glad to be out of the muskeg. It's bringing back bad memories of single region Survivor. Your forlorn muskeg single region survivor is how I found out about TLD, actually says Soviet Wookiee. I never really regarded the single region survivor as that much of a big splash in terms of my content. It's the outer loper. Oh. No. Oi. We're on a strict bunny saving run here. You get away. Don't worry, Bun Bun. I'll take care of you.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
There we go. Pet the bunny. Leave you your friend as well. Oh, what a mod that would be. Aurora rabbits. I better not hear what I think I hear. Yeah, figures. He sounds like a Resident Evil zombie. Hey, you just stay up there, Chief. Once again, one of Shepard's offhand comments about the scripts gets recorded and brought into the game. Wintermute sucks, man. Any plans for a new EU5 campaign on the new match? Are you done? Oh, I'm so done with the EU5 for now. I loved EU5 when it came out, but just completely lost interest after a few campaigns. The game needs to stabilize and just calm the hell down. It's no fun loading up the game and finding that all the stuff you thought you knew has been completely changed. Levies are good, levies are bad, levies are fine now. Oh, wait, no, levies have changed once again, and they're trash once more. Markets are cool, markets are weird, markets are all the same, markets are now massively different. Okay. These are the kind of strategy games you put dozens of hours into one campaign, and I don't want to spend my time trying to figure out what has changed from one session to the next. With ideas like that, you should be some kind of game. Oh god, no. Not again. Keep me far away from game development. Just lock me in a room and have me be the commentator for other people playing games. Then you've reached the perfect balance. Honestly, that was a dream job, but I shouldn't have left Paradox. I should have just said, listen, just take me off of game devs, stick me in the room, and do more dev clashes for all the games. Then everyone's happy. Didn't know how good I had it, right? A job where you can watch Swedes beat the crap out of each other and mock them relentlessly for it. What could a Scot ask for? Nothing more, that's for sure. Heck, I even played in some of them. So Spain risk popped up there despite me not grabbing any more items.
No, no!
Point of view, you're a horde miner tag after 1600. This is the internet, TBW. You're not allowed to use POV correctly.
Where am I? Holy shit. The bear, it's right there. Damn. What the hell's that spear?
Wait, chapter 3? I said we're only doing one chapter ago, but hang on now, I got important stuff to do here. Vengeance. I see that all of my... Wait. The bear took my stuff, but not my clothes. Oh, did it say chapter or episode? I think we're still in the same place. What were they thinking when they put this here?
If I don't keep my distance, I'm done. Gotta find that spear.
I think he's right behind me.
Way too close.
Wait, I'm still alive? What is this nonsense? Well, I don't think I'm alive for much longer. Although he ruined my mittens. Alright, so that was the wrong way to go. Don't double back over where the bear just was. I'm still well fed, at least. Well fed is actually what's keeping me alive. Because I must be on about 11 or 12% condition right now. And at below 10%, you start losing control of your character. Which is very unpleasant. Oh, well, we're certainly getting closer to that. I think it's still after me. I think this is about as fun as being mauled by an actual bear. I'm gonna have to sit through that again, I think. It refuses to kill me. Do I have any items at all? Kind of, but no. Oh no, come on, bear. I don't want to be here as much as you do. Okay, there we go, finally. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Wait, what? What? So this is a scripted part. I'm pretty sure what you're meant to do is you're meant to go over to the right location, grab your spear, and kill the thing. I have wandered off the beaten track, and now I'm stuck in this loop of being bear mauled. Oh no! Now that's weird, because this last checkpoint shows me as being here, not in the bear cave. This autosave is where I was just going towards the second thing, so these saves don't make a lot of sense, do they? Oh no! Right, maybe I can find my way out of this. Crawling through here, where the bear won't get me. For a short while. Yeah, just had to juke the bear out, it's that simple. Shepherd doesn't feel so good, though.
That'll come in handy.
A torn paper, you say? When the lights came on, we had to leave. Hunting is good, blah, blah, blah. Thank you. Miraculously, the bear didn't actually chomp me down much. But I still need to find the spear. Yeah, a bandage isn't gonna choke out the bear, though. Where is the spear?
Have to stay back.
If I had a stone or something, I could maybe throw it and distract it, but it's not like regular bears. So I don't think it'll react to that in the way I want it to. Entrails, but no spear. Ah-ha. The game design in this encounter is funnily apparent too. If you traverse the cave fast enough, you can see multiple clones of the bear at the same time. Well, the more you know. Leave me be, bear. Bear, are you okay? Wintermute sucks. Ah. Standard bear AI is for it to run away if it can't get to you, but it's not standard bear, it's doing weird things. And also I'm stuck here, so this is going to be a bad time to figure out that the game is auto-saving here as well. Well, am I stuck here? Oh no. Oh, don't tell me 2 minutes ago. Okay, good.
Have to stay back.
The real reason they forked Wintermute is that nobody wanted to take responsibility for maintaining this part of the game. Yeah, at the time I said it didn't make any sense to me why they forked Wintermute, and now I think it's making all of the sense. Maybe I meant to go around that side because it looks like he... I have no idea what he's doing. Still at a loss as to why it dragged us here alive. I've seen plenty of animals kill other animals.
There it is. The spear. Somehow I gotta grab it.
Where did the bear come from? Teleportals, man. My best guess is that I have to duke him somehow. He's got this twitch in his animation. Stars. By the way, Shepard noticed the spear. I did not notice the spear. The vengeful spirit of all the bunnies you... I've murdered a single bunny in this run. Am I meant to coax it out somewhere, or do I just leg it? Come and get me. And then do your spazzing out at this entrance. And then I run on through. No, I've simply brought you closer to me. Oh, screw this. This is still post-mauling, so my health is still unpleasant. And again, I did not see the spear that Shepard saw. Where was it? Is that it?
Gotcha.
Okay, there we go. There we don't go. Come on. Can I kill it? Or do I need to lead it over to the finale area? There we go. Well, that was awful. Just awful.
I'm sorry. Such a majestic creature. I didn't want to kill you. But this new world will make murderers of us all.
Mackenzie.
The bear is dead.
Good, you're up. And just in time.
What happened?
You passed out. I let you rest since I needed time to fix the radio. Ha! And what did I tell you? Those transponder parts did the trick. They were perfect. You did good, Mackenzie. You did good. Signal strength looks like it might be sufficient, but who knows how long it'll last with this unpredictable aurora in the sky.
Okay. So, can we call Perseverance Mills?
I've already set the frequency. Just toggle the call button and cross your fingers.
Here goes nothing. Hello? Is this the radio station at Perseverance Mills?
We need help. There's some kind of quarantine situation.
Hello? What do you mean quarantine? Is there a doctor with you?
We need a doctor or medical assistance, anything. Or come on.
Can you... Damn it!
No! Damn it!
I'm sorry, Jeremiah.
That was my only chance.
Only chance for what?
You need to find your lady friend. I need to reach someone too. That was my only chance.
Well, we can find another radio. Or repair this one. Get new parts.
No. There's only one way now. You need to do it.
Me? Need to do what?
You need to take my message. You need to deliver it for me. It's important. You need to do it for me, Mackenzie. It'll be weeks before I can travel that far. You need to do it for me, Mackenzie.
Okay, take it easy.
You don't understand. You don't understand what's coming, Mackenzie. You have to take my message, or else none of the rest of it matters.
Okay, Jeremiah. I'll take your message.
It's only a little detour for you, on the way to Perseverance Mills. A little detour that can change a lot. Maybe everything.
I'm listening.
Go through Carter. You'll need to get the old elevator system working. With the Aurora, it just might work. Go through Carter, the lower part of the dam. Now look out for...
Yeah, I know. Unstable.
Right. Through Carter, out the other side. You'll find your way to Signal Hill. Old weather service radio there. More powerful than my shortwave. You should be able to reach them.
Reach who?
I'll give you the frequency. Ask for Atwood.
Atwood. Got it. What's the message?
Wintermute.
Wintermute?
Yeah. Just that. Atwood will know what it means. Once you've done that, keep following the road north and you'll eventually get to Perseverance Mills. You'll start seeing the signs a few days walk out.
Oh. Okay. Got it. And what will you do?
A couple more days to recover, and then something else I gotta do.
You're in no state to...
Relax, Mackenzie. It's a short trip, but one I gotta take. And with the old bear out of the picture, I may have half a chance now. Thanks to you.
Well, don't make all my hard work keeping you alive be for nothing.
Good luck finding your lady, Mackenzie. I hope she's okay. This upside-down world won't be easy on the good people. I think you know that.
Thanks. She's out there somewhere. And she's a strong one. She'll make it. And I'll find her again. In Perseverance Mills.
Don't forget about Atwood.
Take care of yourself, Jeremiah.
Oh, that was bad. And I think it will still get yet worse. Somehow we found all of our stuff, but we also got fairly mauled there in all the bear attacks. Gloves are gone, shoes are gone, one layer of my trousers are gone, both of my hats are gone.
I'm done with... Locked. I'm done with... I'm done with him. Time to move on.
And did he take his rifle back? No, he let me keep the rifle. But I will get frostbite if I don't find some better, or just some clothes for myself. Carter Dam soon fine, though. We'll make our way over there. Oh yeah, Radio Guy's drama there was almost as bad as the bear. But don't worry, it will get worse before it gets better. And it won't get better. And Carter Dam is just the place to go to make things get even worse. And the next batch of worse is... oh, it lingers. Get into the dam at night when it's Aurora time. So I suppose that's a good reason to stop off over at the... I keep thinking it's the post office, but it's not. The lake office. That'll keep us in good stead. I'm still well fed, though. Good for me. If you get frostbite in this difficulty level, the clip will live on forever. Well, it could happen. Shouldn't be too difficult to just stop and make a fire. I assume the game left me with the coal that I had earlier. Seems to have left me with everything else. I wonder how it did that. I must have remembered the stuff I had before the incident. But ruined clothes can never be unruined. All you can do is break them down for scrap cloth. Yeah, we do have the low difficulty setting where any amount of fire will overcome the air temperature.
Feel numb.
So you'll never be cold if you're next to a fire. Absolute baby mode, but I don't have a way of turning it off here. The bear took one set of my trousers. It just left me with the other ones. Incredibly ragged, though. I guess one thing we're going to be doing in the little office center, since we have to wait till nighttime anyway, is repair and replace much of our clothes.
So cold. Just want to lay down for a bit.
Oh, me too, Shepard. Did I mention I nearly died from food poisoning 3 seconds into episode 1? Did you eat some of the almost expired, or not even almost expired, the slightly unwell sardines in a can? Because those are treacherous. Oh my! There's a fire here. I was expecting to see the biblical guy, Noah's granddad, but no. That is quite nice, though. Time might come, hide out for a while. Quake, bad things, Great Bear City, Crazer Prepper sites. Alright, Hank.
Well, what do we have here?
Search a forestry lookout for Hank's lockpick. I could, but I could also not. I'm gonna grab some cattails, largely because I think I ran out of tinder, and it's the freest tinder you'll ever get in this game. This is a bizarre fire. It's infinite fire. Meaning I can just sit here and do whatever. First things first, tear down my old clothes. It gives me time to just sit here and warm up, if nothing else. Oh geez, that's right, the boots are gone, so I'm actually wandering around barefoot. I'm not going to tear that apart, though. It'll take ages to do so. No, I couldn't get mauled here. Fire will drive off any non-Aurora animal. 30 minutes, that's not worth the time. Just drop that. Drop the boots as well. I suppose we're not barefoot. Can you get frostbite in your feet if you're wearing socks? That I don't know. And I don't want to find out. Not under these conditions, at least. No, not barefoot. We're running around in socks here. The socks are actually staying dry. Somehow. If it was snowing, the socks would gradually get wet. All your clothes get wet, although some of them have certain amounts of waterproofness. 2 pairs of old wet socks that you stole from dead strangers. Is that true? Yeah, we started out with sports socks, which I did ditch the moment I got climber socks and wool socks. Lord Wool Sock. Ah, see, there we go. Frostbite risk is coming in. And it's on the hands, of course, because I have no gloves. I may have gone off in the complete wrong direction. I was looking at this thinking, this is not where I was expecting to be. Better keep an eye on that frostbite, though. Von Dougals wouldn't let me live it down. 68% granola bar can cause food poisoning? That doesn't seem right. I thought granola bars were good until they were 50 or 25%. I've been scarfing them down. It's okay, Shepard just really loves feeling the nice, cold, crispy snow underneath his bare feet. And given all the bear maulings, I'd be surprised if there's no holes in these socks. So might as well be barefoot. Ah, well, no, what we can do is we can say that this is on purpose to get the supply cache. Or we could just find a reason to lose even more of our clothes. Interesting mechanic, you can only be stalked by one wolf at a time. So if you're being stalked by one, you're pretty safe from the other one. Unless, of course, you charge right into it, then it will charge you back, and then you're in an even bigger problem. So look, the one back there has given up because I'm being stalked by this one. The exception, of course, are the white wolves. What are they called again? Timber wolves, that's it. The Timbies. The Timbies will do you in. No, not the dire wolves. It's something else entirely. Well, it's not the camp office. But this'll do. No, it won't. I don't have the key. There we go. Lovely and warm. Accelerant.
This stuff will come in handy.
Storm lantern with less fuel than I have, so no thank you. If only we could decant fuel. Replenish our amazing supply of Summit sodas. Bleh to that. Wasn't kidding about the sodas part.
Lamp fuel.
Okay, I will one time use this lamp fuel to fuel up my... Why do I have two of these? Okay, ditch that. Refuel this and ditch the fuel supply because that stuff is heavy. Jonk. And then whilst I am all but certain that I'm going to find loads and loads of things, in terms of clothes that I can just put on and wear whenever, we will nonetheless create ourselves... Oh, you can't make improvised clothes on this mode. That's fascinating. Normally I'd make improvised gloves and improvised hats to make up for what I don't have here. But the game says no. Maybe that was added later on. But hang on, they forked this relatively recently. How very bizarre. Well, when in doubt, just take a nap. Are all these the same temperature? +3... no, +5 rather. So it seems. Even this one that's just a mattress is still +5. Such thin sheets for something out here in the boonies, but still. Let's take a couple hours kip. There we go, now we're nice and warm. Frostbite risk is mostly gone. But that's going to be ever present until I find some replacement clothes, so it could be considered a risk. So I do kind of want to get down to the camp office. It's better than going to the dam at this point, so that's what we'll do. Although we will have a quick gander at the other Porto cabins.
Is it food or...
I'm not eating that. That's very risky. Ah. Oh, I thought... Oh, of course, he's automatically wearing the clothes. That keeps throwing me off. I don't know why in Wintermute you automatically put on clothes that you find. But there we go. That covers the hat, covers the head. The legs are now fully covered. Still looking for shoes and... gloves. Ah, shoes. And now we just need gloves. Game just gives you everything, doesn't it? Don't need a t-shirt. Still need to do quite a bit of repairs of my existing clothes, though.
Could end up being useful.
I didn't pay attention. Did you keep the anti-bear spear? No, that's just gone. We'll have a quick gander in here. A fire log, no thank you. Cooking pot, I've already got one. We'll go to the camp office, we'll repair our clothes there. And then we'll be fine. Because we'll wait for nightfall. We'll sleep until nightfall and then go into the dam. And the dam is where Silly Town comes and stays. I don't actually know how things in the dam conclude. Because we are now reaching the end of my knowledge of Wintermute. Except for one particularly baffling line that I will point out when it happens. But that's a while away from now. Is the dam a good place to make a base in survival? I don't like it. It's not very aesthetically pleasing. And during the auroras, you get the electrical cables that I always find quite unnerving. And positionally, I don't think it's that great either. It's not at the best hunting sites. There's no reason to do the dam when you could do the camp office, in my opinion. And the trapper cabin, where we were hanging out with the old dude with the braided beard, is another excellent spot in Mystery Lake. And Mystery Lake is a great place to have a base because it's so forgiving. The weather in Mystery Lake, even on the hardest setting, is some of the mildest. You can fish here. There's tons of wildlife. There's tons of natural resources. There's birch bark. It's just got everything. Which is why I'd say you shouldn't play it if you're a seasoned player, because it's just too babby. My personal favorite place is... what's it called? The waterfront area. What is it called? Do we have a bigger map? No, there's no bigger map. Coastal Highway, that's it. Coastal Highway is my favorite place because I love being able to beachcomb, which is also why Bleak Inlet is one of my favorite places. Bleak Inlet's a lovely place to hold out in because you can spend a lot of time outdoor in Bleak Inlet, so you don't have to worry about cabin fever. And you've got the only outdoor 6-pot stove in the game at the Broken Lighthouse. Main downside of Bleak Inlet is that it's got the worst weather in the game. It was recently eclipsed by the Far Territories. I think you could say that the airport area has slightly worse weather, but who plays Far Territories? But yeah, if you're holding out in the Conset petrol station, you've got everything you need there. You can beachcomb. The weather's not too bad. There's plenty of wildlife. There are some things it doesn't have. I don't think there's beach. I don't think there's birch bark over there. But who needs birch bark? Right, we're going to come back here and sleep till nighttime once I've fixed up all of my goods. And then off to the dam we go. Oh, park notice, which again I didn't read because you gotta press spacebar to read. And I can be a little bit unhappy that there's no... Well, maybe I left some gloves behind here. I was gonna say no gloves, but maybe we left some behind. Of course.
Wonder if this is any good to eat.
We just got new boots as well. No need to spend anything fancy repairing that. For my repairs, I just need cloth, and more cloth.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
That's fine, Shepherd. Sadly, there's just no use for water purification tablets in this game. Hey, there we go. Fleece isn't very good, but it'll do. It's something, and now everything is covered. Wonderful. Oh, look at the stuff I left behind for myself. Incredible. If you're really deplorable, you can hack apart the bedrolls for cloth as well. That's not so hot. And the sock situation, well, we're just going to repair everything we can, starting with you. Both of my repair kits are 100%, so we'll just make use of the light time whilst we can. This parka is amazing, so let's try and make sure that doesn't die on us. Mackenzie's sweater doesn't seem worth the time, but we'll do it anyway. Have we failed repairing anything so far? They can be useful if you turn toilet water to unpotable. Yes, I was remarking on that earlier. I missed that aspect of the glorious Von Dougal's quality of life mod. It improves the quality of your life by giving you more challenges to overcome. How's that soda not frozen? We're probably keeping it close to our core whilst we carry it around. Those cargo pants need to be fixed up. They're good for the outside. They've got windproofness, but not if I don't repair them.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
Probably a lack of sleep, Shepard, but I'm no expert. Canadian soda comes with antifreeze. Is there a drinkable antifreeze element you could add to foodstuffs? Surely. Sugar and alcohol. Now we're talking. Right, I have got 2,000 loads of salty crackers. But even so, let's eat the stale old chocolate bars. Don't know how chocolate goes stale.
His own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
And Shepard once again going on about his fascination of drinking pee. Oh man, eating cattail stalks one by one. Von Dougal's, all is forgiven. The Von Dougal's quality of life mod just lets you select how many you want to eat in one go, so you don't have to keep selecting them every time. And we'll just drink the last of our water. It's trivial to make more, but I won't. Let's move. It says I need an aurora. There's notably no aurora. How much cloth do I have in case I'm going to be doing more of that over at the destination? Cloth, cloth, cloth. Yeah, I still got loads of cloth. Let's move. And there's loads of cloth in the place as well. The Carter Dam. The Dam Carter. Don't want to run too much because it's quite... I'm quite tired still. Get to the dam at night when there's an aurora in the sky. God, do I have to just cycle nights until the aurora comes? That's almost a survival element of the story. But that's okay, I can hang out around the dam. There's plenty to do, plenty to hunt, plenty to keep me alive. And I left loads of supplies inside the dam anyway. If TLD2 comes out without a bunch of my fixes, I'll just give up. You know it will. They are huffing their own farts way too much. They think they've written a masterful story. And I think they just accidentally fell into making an incredible game. The real problem is the Long Dark 2 is probably going to be equally, if not more, unfriendly to mod. Because they really have an anti-mod status about this game, and I do not understand developers that do. Oh, that was a mistake. Get off of me! Oh, I got off quite lightly there. That was a very poor shot by me. But it didn't infect me with its bite. No pain for a man with this many painkillers. There we go. So yeah, when it comes to having anti-mod opinions of your game, it's like, well, on the one hand, if you're so infatuated with your own vision that you don't want it bastardized, then surely you could appreciate a mod maker's vision for what they want to do. And if you're interested in your product as a commercial product that you want to make money from, then having mod support very often helps with that. Although I have a very paradox mindset with that. The amount of money coming in from people that wanted to play our games because of the Star Trek mod or the Song of Ice and Fire mod. Is that what it's called? Whatever, the thing that everybody loved until a certain season. I forget its name. Game of Thrones, that's it. I know, my vision is perfect. Everything is a perversion of it, and I will take it personally. Ugh. It's horrifying to think of. Having trouble getting over how bad that shot of mine was. I think I left something here, but it's way too dark for me to even see. Let's see if we can fix that. Ah, yes, the newsprint is what I left. I'll take the leather, might fix up my boots. When I'm at the dam, we'll probably have a lot of time to kill there. You see, Jake, it's easier to sell DLCs when you don't have competition on additional content. Well, what you can do is have some stuff baked into that DLC so that the modders are going to want to use it for their mods, and then, hey, you want to use all these mods that you think are really good? Well, you're going to need the DLC on top of that. It's just more and more opportunity no matter how you look at it, which is why I find it all the more baffling when there are developers that are so anti-mod. I don't even like overhaul mods by and large. The last time I was really invested in an overhaul mod, it was Mayo for EU3. I usually just want mods for quality of life things. Just never put the base game on sale. RimWorld did that for the longest time. Yeah, Factorio still does. Yeah, and then there's the real opportunism. You look at some popular mods and you figure out, hey, what are they doing? Ooh, this. Well, we can just take that.
I would drink almost anything about now.
Because most games have licenses saying that derivative works based on their products. Still have some ownership on their side. I don't know, it wasn't my job to write or even care what those said. Oh, is Methuselah still there? Do with a wee chat with a lad. Alright, Noah's granddaddy. What have you got for me? A rock and not much else.
Oh, Mackenzie. So you're still alive.
Methuselah. You appear in the strangest places.
You've left your mark, and have overcome great odds so far. But this part of the world still holds some secrets.
I'm not sure this is the right time for...
There are still stories that need to be told if you wish to play a part in them. There is always time for that. But if you are in a hurry, by all means go. Nobody would fault you for continuing your journey onward.
You know, it's been a hell of a slog out there. Never mind that damn bear. I've nearly died more times than I care to count. It couldn't have been easy for you either. But you seem strangely calm about the hostility of this place.
I have wandered these paths a long time, friend. I was a walker. Now I'm a watcher. I'm here to observe these times and help where I may.
As strange as it is to run into you again, it's good to find a familiar face in all this frigid wilderness. And keep to your paths. If this is a reckoning, as you say, I hope ours cross again.
Oh, no, I really don't. Shepard does not speak for both of us. Alright, we're a bit knackered because we can't get through this until there's an Aurora, and I don't know how chance-based the Aurora is on Wintermute. It's certainly very heavily chance-based on survival. But as long as I still have my bedroll, which I do, we can sleep in here wherever we want. And I can't help but feel that there are beds somewhere in Carter Dam, but can't for the life of me think where. Oh, another thought is, where exactly can you have a fire in Carter Dam? I think there's an old barrel somewhere that you can do it inside, but it might not be accessible from here. Since I do need water, I might go and make use of Methuselah's campfire.
Something's making me feel really tired.
It's probably a lack of sleep, Shepard. Anyway, you're safe in here. I'm pretty sure there are no wolves that ever spawn within this gated area. Hey, yo, Methus, I need water. Frankly, quite a lot of water. 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 1 hour nap. One hour is just enough to get a pint of sleep in and still catch a tin of water before it boils dry. And look at that, 1.5 liters for no real effort. We'll drink up. My condition is actually a bit garbage, so what I can also do is drink up this herbal tea. I'm not sure I'd be happy being watched by Methuselah, but man's gotta sleep sometimes. There we go. And whilst we are here, is there anything I'm particularly wanting to cook? Or even can cook? I don't think you can cook dusty milk. No, you just eat it raw, like a barbarian. Alright, cheers, Methus. Although, honestly, why would I not just sleep out here? I could just sleep for short periods at a time, just in case the Aurora pings as well. Whilst he has to keep stalking the fire. No, I have a funny feeling you've got to wait a day or two for the Aurora to hit. Oh well. Matusalam is what you call a really old person in Portuguese BR slang, says Orlov. Learning things about Brazil that I never wanted to know. Which is my opinion when I learn pretty much anything about Brazil. Could be here a while, you know. How about we actually go a bit ham on the water making? I don't know how long the game expects me to be cycling nights for. The Aurora can happen surprisingly late into the night, and his infinite campfire can actually survive strong winds, it seems. I'm not sure if this is going to turn into a blizzard, but I am more than a little curious to see how the plot fires can last. Yeah, we need to learn how to make fires off of this guy. Okay, I find it hard to believe I'm going to need more than 5 liters, but you know what? I can have more than 5 liters. And now that it's daytime, there can't be an Aurora, so we'll just have to survive another day. Which actually, with this fire here, we can just wait outside for as long as we want, as long as we have food. And as long as this fire continues to be infinite. We could do the unthinkable and just wait forever. And then we get thirsty, of course. Well, if you're thirsty, you can't get more thirsty. Let's chow down these crackers we've been holding on to for a very long time. He's burning pet bottles and tires. Around here, he probably could. Orlov's going to get hungry and start thinking about all the pizzas that he could cook. Just playing card games with Methuselah here until nighttime comes along. I'll take another nice nap. There we go. Alright, it was nice hanging out with you for like 30-something hours, Methuselah, but I'm out of here. Are there any old... Oh, I should have been repairing my clothes. That's what I should have been doing. I even told myself I'd do that, and I didn't do it. Oh well, story of my life. Eat my standard fare crackers, chow down on my granola bar, slurp down another orange soda, take a chance on the greasy old chocolate bar. Never gonna make me sick. Now let's go to Silly Town.
I need to drop something.
Oh, hang on. Since it's an aurora, the torch will work. It is an aurora, right? Sure looks like an aurora. Why does the torch not work? Normally this thing activates during an aurora. Doesn't look very aurora-like, does it? How strange. Lyoma's asking about Xenonauts 2. I'll be coming to Xenonauts 2 when there's a community edition. Oh, here's another one. Does this one want to work? Yeah, see, there we go. What was wrong with the other one? Yeah, whatever. Trash.
There it is.
Pinnacle peaches, pork and beans. Very surprised this place hasn't been looted for all it's worth. Yet more evidence that we're not in Brazil. Oh, hang on, look at that. The battery is going down. Christ, I don't know anymore. Get me out of here.
I guess there's only one way to go from here.
To Silly Town.
Holy shit, what was that?
Wait, what was what? Was there meant to be a loud noise or something? Oh, that'd be terrifying. And the bear is back. No escape. That was a bit that we couldn't get through earlier. Is that a broken arrow? Huh.
What have we here?
I could get an arrowhead out of that if I wanted to, which I don't. And I am well laden down here, so we're going to ditch most of my water. This is even far too many matches. Just get out of here. There we go. Yeah, one of the worst things you could do is open your menu on top of something that can spark up during an aurora. Then you're in your menu, and then...
Holy shit, that's hot.
Oh yeah, that hurt. That's what happens. Oh boy. I didn't think walking over just the red bit would do you in, but there you go.
Oh, that hurts so much.
Obviously doing that just to show you.
The pain.
Oh yeah, that takes care of the burns, but Jesus. And now we're kind of stumbling around because we're so injured. But yeah, just instant death standing on those, so don't do it. Take my cautionary tale. Could actually do with some birch bark tea to begin the healing process. Close, but not quite there. I don't actually know what I'm looking for here, but Shepherd is staggering. You can sort it, actually. You can... Oh, how does it work again? You can try and place something down, like this. Yeah, there we go. And then you don't sway. You stand still perfectly, and then when you put it away, Shepherd starts doing the sway. I actually don't know what I'm looking for. What does the game have to say about the matter? Explore the guts of the dam. I'd rather just leave, but didn't want me to do any of that. I don't think there's any instance of being able to tear down the Canadian flag for burning or cloth or anything like that. And I'm sure that's what you were thinking of. That's what I was thinking of. My health is very slowly coming back to me because all of my condition things are met. I'm not tired, I'm not cold, I'm not thirsty, and I'm not hungry. Which means you will very slowly regain some condition. But I actually have no idea what I'm meant to be looking for or doing here. I couldn't go out the exit, which seemed like the most reasonable thing to do in this state. Maybe you're meant to go to that door. How would one get to there anyway? Ah, I see. I think you can climb down that rope and end up there. It all makes sense now. Alright, this torch blows. Get out of here. going into placement mode just to stop myself from swaying around, though. Otherwise I might fall off of this. Just about landed me in those cables again. Alright, get me out of here. Now, what have we here? The last thing I need is yet more matches. And that looks extra deadly to run over and get to.
Better watch out.
Better not cry. Can I even walk over any of this? Maybe the message here is to just take a break until the aurora passes. Then I can walk over this stuff without fear of death. Maybe there's a path over it, but I don't trust these red wires anymore. I actually thought it was just standing on the zapping bits at the end that do you in, not standing on the red parts. Shows how long it's been since I've had to deal with this stuff. Anyway, be that as it may, it's plenty warm in here, so let's drink up and sleep up. There we go. I feel a lot better. Horrifying risk of death gone. Ugh, the idea of drinking a soda the moment you wake up just feels wrong. Sugary as salt in the mouth the very moment you wake up.
This'll come in handy.
So stims only appear in set places on interloper mode. I think on lower difficulties they can just spawn like normal items. Which is why I have so many of them here. You ever have a leftover cake for breakfast? Oh, definitely. Oh, heavens, yes. During my leaving day on Paradox, I ordered a whole bunch of cakes from this really good place for doing cakes. Naturally on Paradox's budget. I forget how I managed to do that. I think I was able to get the business order number. And I figured, you know, no one's going to chase me down for using this. I'm out of here. So I used it to order these really nice cakes, tons of them. And I told everyone, hey, loads of cake on Jake down in the common area. And naturally I ordered more than even the entire ranks of Paradox could eat. So some of them found their way home with me. A lot of them found their way home with me. So it was cake for days. I've slept for quite a while, and I have been wanting to repair my clothes for a while, especially this thing. I'm going to take some moment to do that. How many pounds you put on for that one? I do not care to think. You could have overdosed the bear with the stems, now we're thinking. I just want to make sure all my clothes are in good nick. The bear really messed me up in a lot of ways. And I have a sneaking suspicion that I'm able to just use up some time here, happily. Not going to invest much in those mittens, but the good clothes you should always invest in. because you're not likely to find anything better, even on this mode. Cargo trousers are pretty damn good. This parka, which I've never seen before, is amazing. Thermals, you can get even better thermals. Not on interloper mode, but I do know they exist, so maybe we'll find them here. Long johns or something. And I did mention wanting these boots to be better, but I'm out of cloth now. Wait, why be out of cloth when I could not be out of cloth? Let's get those boots of mine fixed up. If you fail, you lose the materials, and cured leather can be a bit of a pain to lose, but we did just fine. And then we're good. And now the amount of extra warmth we have is huge. 16 and then 6 from windproof. Without any advanced... Night-night.
A locked case. Wow, that is interesting. A locked metal case is a thing of the old world, stranger. A world of closed doors and things being off limits. Yeah, see, I was part of that world. But that world's over. This is my world now. And in my world, I make the rules. In my world, see, there are no locks.
Your world sounds crazy.
What's in the case?
I have no idea.
What is in the case?
I hope it's painkillers.
Your ID says you're a pilot. You have a plane somewhere?
My plane wouldn't do you any good.
Yeah, should I show you what happened to the last person who lied to me? She didn't look so pretty after I was done.
She?
Oh, so now he's ready to talk. Well, don't worry, pilot. You'll be with her soon.
Oh yeah, this guy marks the whole plot going to absolute silly town. But that's not something we explore today. That's something we'll do on the next time we come back for this. 5 episodes to go. We've done 2 of them, so 3 are left. Get me through this. That's not the end of the head trauma that Shepard's going to be taking. Continued episode 3, please no. Wait a second. Yes, but no? Yeah, we'll quit out. I'm sure we'll be fine. I hope we'll be fine. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow. Apparently I've got some Caesar 3 map at the ready, which I'm keen to do. Get some gameplay on this channel instead of Winter Yap. And then, of course, the weekly one-shot after that. But until I'm back with those, it is a cheers and a cheerio.